It's the day. It's the day of defense. We're excited. We're happy. Hope you guys are excited to tune in. Luckily for us, the benefit of starting late is that we get to breeze through these lunch breaks. It's going to be amazing. I can't wait. Defense Day has finally arrived. Give it up for Defense Day. I mean, Judge Pickles is here. We're ready for Taco Pino, the taco time. It's taco time. We're ready. I'm so excited for this. Without further delay, let's jump in and catch up to the rest of the world, where we are going to jump right into the trial from the beginning, skip the breaks, and go from there. Let's do it, y'all. Hit the like button on your way in for me, please. They did start a little bit earlier, too, today. Look at that.
Oh, sure. All right, I want to go on the record regarding something. I've actually never had to do this, but I'm going to do it. There have been, and I'm not pointing any fingers at anybody in particular. This, what I'm going to say, applies to everybody at the council table. There have been repeated speaking objections, arguing with witnesses that has occurred.
Uh-oh. Judge Pickles is starting off hot. No more speaking objections. Stop. So before we get started today, we're going to lay down the law when it comes to that.
Arguing amongst counsel, snide comments made from one counsel to another, arguing with a decision of mine. That's not going to happen. If it does, I'm going to invoke CCP 177.5, which allows for monetary sanctions up to $1,500 for each time. And what will happen is, each time it happens, that will be another incident that will occur at a hearing after the trial. I've never had to do this, but to ensure, or to help ensure, that these things that I just mentioned do not occur again. That is why I am doing this. So please keep it in mind that I'm going to keep track.
Oh my God, guys. I just hit play. We've only been here for a minute. Today it's going down. The judge is saying, listen, all these speaking objections, those are going to stop. Here's how they're going to stop. Anytime you do it, you're going to be charged $1,500, okay? Dollar signs, make it rain from the sky. If you do it, you're going to be charged for it. So stop. This is the judge's ultimate stop. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. It's already starting off crazy.
All right. I understand that there's an issue of an exhibit that the defense wants to use. I saw an email exchange.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll address it. So it's not a new exhibit, there's no new video. So yesterday, Detective Flores testified regarding a sequence surveillance video, which is it's a compilation of the video from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard, the sound portion of that, overlapped on the video of 1616 East Del Mar. The video that we've had before was overlapped, and he described the process yesterday, testifying that when it was done, we were under the impression, we were informed that this detective did it. On the stand, he testified that he did not, and that it was sort of a rough approximation by hand in terms of how it was compiled. Given that, in his testimony that if we're off slightly, it would affect the sequence video. Last night, we used the same methodology that he described, did it ourselves, same video that was provided by the prosecution, and with that compilation, once it was completed, we immediately sent it to the prosecution. We can lay a foundation for that. We'll do so through witness testimony. Interestingly, although the prosecution says that they complained about potential foundation, they were playing their sequence video to Mr. Efron without laying a foundation for it. They introduced it with the detective yesterday, who was not the person who created it in an effort to try to lay a foundation for it. We'll actually lay a foundation. How? We can have a witness who can testify to the events that are depicted on the video and ask him is what you're seeing and what you're hearing, true and accurate representation of what you're in the moment. That's enough for a foundation. There's two ways to play foundation, Your Honor, for it's aware of the report. One is the person who operated the equipment to say that it works, it functions, describe all that. Or to have the individual who's captured, or an individual who's captured in the video, just say that yes, that truly and accurately reflects what occurred.
Do you have a video?
You do.
Can you put it up?
Sure.
And you say you just created this yesterday?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Let us know when you're ready to hear from us.
Oh, I will. Is this impeaching the detective?
No.
Or, I have it on my screen. It's very, very blurry.
Yes, that's the video.
Is that the video?
All right, we'll play it now.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
All right, is there anything you want to add? Because then I'm going to listen to the, Mr. Lewin or Mr. Roman. You? All right, then I'm going to I'll make a ruling. Once I make the ruling, that's the ruling. There's not going to be any further input from anybody. Did you want to say anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the floor is yours.
Two issues. First issue is that the defense is repeatedly asked, repeatedly, if they had any real evidence they wanted them back. They've just said this is not an impeachment, but it's even more than that. Unlike their witnesses, they have had access to the detectives in this case, to the video which they have had for a considerable period of time. And if they believe that there was an issue with it, they had an obligation to figure out what they wanted to do and to comply with 1054. But here's the bigger problem, Your Honor, and where I'm absolutely mystified. The defense in this case, and this figures in
He's starting off crying.
the defense in this case is that it is improper. According to 12E's offer of proof, and according to the evidence that the open statement in Capina, the defense is they're not disputing it's watching the video. They're not disputing that it happened. They're not disputing that he fired. They are simply saying it was a problem. So the second problem is by introducing this, what it appears to be is an attempt to basically mislead the jury as to what the issue is in the case. So in other words, at this late date, apparently they want to put on evidence to show that the timing of the shots doesn't match up. We've had no opportunity to review what they've done. We've had no opportunity to go back and see if it's legitimate. But the two reasons why it doesn't work is it's real evidence. This did not come up because the officer testified. Had they wanted to flesh out this information, they had opportunities to screen them. They could have contacted the detective himself.
there has been, as the court is aware, at no point in time have any officers, any experts refused to speak with them. So what happened is they saw the detective's testimony, decided that they wanted to introduce some evidence that they think is going to assist them. But in the end, Your Honor, even if the court said, you know what, it's timely, it's not. Even if the court said it's timely, under 352, Your Honor, the introduction of this evidence, the time delay, but more than that, the confusion of issues that are material to the case would tend to confuse this jury. Submit.
No, no,
We've got one.
no, no.
Stop. Where's the $1,500? If you're going to be charging people for speaking objections, where's the $1,500? Judge Pickles, what the hell? And real quick, guys, want to give a huge shout out to Tip Network, THPP Network. They are a team of brothers that get it done. Check them out if you haven't already. They are killing it on YouTube. If any of the mods are hanging around, please drop the link to their channel in the chat. I don't know how this is starting off, guys. Taco Peanut is there. He's leaning back, and he's got this young underling who is there with him as well. Likely someone else that works at the law firm. Now, he just had a speaking objection. What did the judge say? Anybody that interrupts today is going to pay a penalty of $1,500 every single time you do it. He's already not enforcing the rule. Thank you so much, Tip Network, for that generous super chat. Let's go back in, y'all.
All right, first of all, since it was, the video was created as a result of testimony yesterday, I don't find that there's any violation of 1054.3. This is the way I view it. If the defense can show by competent evidence, that's right, if the defense can lay a foundation for the video, then they are entitled to show by competent evidence of their belief of the sequence of events. They're entitled to do that. That's part of the defense. If the prosecution disagrees with it, if they think it's inaccurate, they can present another version in its rebuttal case. So the ruling is it can be shown. All right. It's 10 o'clock. Let's have get your witness here. All right, let's bring them in.
So they're bringing the video in, apparently. All right, so the judge just ruled upon that. And thank you so much. I think it was Kiana. Kiana had mentioned that the judge is going to have a hearing on it later and go from there. If you missed the Grandpa Pickles joke, we'll talk about it in a second. Jury's filing in.
Anybody curious? Yes. It's 1 through 43. Correct. Any objection?
No, you are.
All right, peoples 1 through 43 are admitted for the jury's consideration. We will rest. The case is back to defense.
Your Honor, Mr. Mayers calls Janelle Phillips, also known as
12E. All right, this is an important moment. So this is how we're starting the day off. So the state has rested their case with really insignificant witnesses. Today, we are starting with the defense, and we're starting right off with 12E, one of the 4 people that were at this incident: Rocky, 12E, Ills, and of course, Relly. Let's see what he has to say. This is gonna be interesting. There he is. It's 12E. Thank you, Siva. Shout out to Siva here. Siva Sewell Movement with the $10 super chat. She says, shout out to AV and Tip. That's amazing, guys. I love to see that. I love to see content creators supporting content creators, but finding an audience that some of y'all watch both of these channels. That's amazing to me. That just made my day. Thank you so much, Siva. I'm excited. Let's dive on in. Let's see what 12E has to say.
Yes, sir. Just raise your right hand for us, please. Thank you. Some state the testimony you may give, the cause not that before this. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help God. Yes. Thank you. Please take a seat over there. You stand right over there. Please adjust the microphone there neatly and state and spell your name for the record.
Jamel Phillips, JAMELPHILLIPS.
Thank you.
So loud, but that's okay.
He wants to make sure you hear him. He's like, let me set the record straight. Okay? You are going to hear me.
Okay, yeah. Sorry. You don't have fun with this. This is for you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Phillips. You go by any other names than Jamel Phillips?
Yes.
Go ahead.
ASAP 12.
So you're 12.
Yes.
12E.
I can't adjust the microphone.
What are we doing wrong? I'm sorry.
It's a bit on the loud side.
Yeah, it's not that one.
All right, let's try that.
Okay, try it again.
ASAP 12.
Better? You don't have to jump into that mic. And it's ASAP 12 your stage name.
Yes, it is.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a musician, a designer, a model. I have a brand called My Last Year Being Broke.
That shit being broke.
Yes.
And what is that brand?
My Last Year Being Broke is a mantra like ASAP. So it's a program like a Big Brother program. We mentor kids.
Capture relevance overall.
Straight.
We mentor kids. We have back to school drives, studio sessions. I'm trying to get the studio sessions under insurance because to me, music is like medicine. Also, I sell apparel. I have therapeutic slides that I created when I was healing from an inguinal hernia surgery. And I'm also providing those to senior citizens.
When you say slide, is that like a slipper or something?
It's a slipper, yes.
And you produce and sell those, or in some instances donate them?
Capture relevance over 352 as well.
And so aside from music, clothes, the other program and the therapeutic slide, anything else?
No, that's it right now.
As far as your music's concerned, are you currently recording?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Did you recently release a song on Apple?
Capture relevance, Your Honor.
Just take.
Where do you live?
I live in New York,
What part of New York?
Harlem, New York.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up between Harlem and the Bronx.
Harlem.
You know where Raheem is?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Harlem.
Any other names?
ASAP Rock.
And you see it here, right?
Yes.
When did you meet Rocky?
I met Rocky when I was about 15, so around 2005.
Okay, and how did you meet him?
I met him at it was like a rap battle, you know, before we turned ASAP.
Not a
There's some
cipher.
other kids that was like bubbling in New York. They had a rap battle in New York, and I met him.
I mean, I think so far I'm really like I'm impressed. 12, this is good. This is good presentation. He comes in a suit. He's not in the track suit. He's coming into a suit in with the suit. He's talking about all the different businesses and the dealings that he has. He's talking about giving back to the community, some of the things that he's working on. This is kind of qualifying his testimony in a sense, going back to how long he's known Rocky since they were 15 years old. Tacopina, you could tell, has prepared this witness. It is going to be interesting, but so far so good. Let's keep going.
And what, how old were you all about that?
I was 15, so Rocky had to be either 15 or 16. He's only like a couple of months older.
How old are you now, sir?
I'm 35.
Where did you go to school?
New York, at MLK High.
What does ASAP stand for?
Always strive and prosper.
And can you describe what ASAP is?
ASAP is a collective of not only brothers, women too, kids across the world, models, athletes, designers, philanthropists, kids that took a negative situation and turned it into a positive.
And have you maintained a relationship with Rocky since high school?
Yes,
Would you consider him a good friend today?
yes.
What was that relationship with him after high school?
So after high school, we kind of got closer because the founder of ASAP, Steven Rodriguez, ASAP Yams, he had us as artists of the label, So we would get on the phone, still sharp and still get on the phone, work on our lyrics, work on our music, just be there for each other, talk about the plans for the future, and yeah, just built a great bond.
And at that point, you start seeing Rocky more often.
Yes, I did. So I would see him like at studio sessions, musical events, parties, hanging out in Harlem, in the Bronx, see him often.
Was there a point in time when you ever lived together? Excuse me.
Yes. So in 2011, when Rocky first got signed, he moved all the artists and his friends of the ASAP Collective to an apartment on 57th Street in New York City. It was a small apartment. We was in there like 20, like a group of 20 people. And to me, that was it was like it was great to see that somebody.
You sustain.
How about this ASAP Bill? Was he part of that group?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what he did.
ASAP Ills, he didn't create music. He was more like a model and a designer. You feel me?
There came a point in time where Rocky sort of hit it big.
Yes.
Okay. And were you there for that?
Yes, I was. We're all there for that. When he first got signed in 2011, like I said, he
What else is that you're to? Mr. Phillips, when you're asked a question, like a yes or a no.
He's doing a lot better. And look at them braids. Oh my God. Oh my God. The ladies are falling for 12 today. Listen. Speaking of falling, huge shout out to Sed. Sed, is it your birthday? Happy birthday. Can y'all type happy birthday to Sed in the chat? I mean, Chatterhood, let's give it up for Sed. Say happy birthday. Let's do this.
Question, just answer yes or no, or I don't know, or I don't recall. Don't volunteer anything.
Okay, no problem.
If the attorney wants to flesh it out, then they'll ask you another question.
All right, no problem.
Go ahead.
By the way, I assume it's your first time testifying in the courtroom.
Yes.
Okay. Did Rocky provide opportunities for you?
Yes.
Your relevance, the role.
Okay.
Yes, he did.
And what were those opportunities like?
Objection, 352, overruled.
So Rocky was the first artist to be signed into a major label. So with that opportunity, he gave the other artists in ASAP record deals.
And did you create music with Rocky?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that.
I've been creating music with Rocky since I was about 16, 17, you feel me? And not only be able to create music, he gave me the opportunity to be his, his hype man on tour. And And with that, I will go to the venue, check out the venue, check out the layout, do everything that he would need to do before he gets to the venue and give him a rundown.
Okay, so when you said the words, hey, man.
Yes. Okay.
Tell the what's a hey, man?
Okay, a hype man is when you have a primary artist, which is ASAP Rocky, and then being that I was one of the, I guess, upcoming artists, ASAP 12E on the label, I was able to learn from him and learn the role, learn the business, and also learn the stage. He gave me the opportunity to, I guess, control the crowd serve, do everything that you have to do for a show, you know, and keep the crowd going, keep the crowd participation high.
Warm them up.
Hype.
Warm them
Hype.
up.
When did you start doing that hey, man?
I think 2011, 2012.
And when did you do that until roughly?
Till about 2016.
And what did you do after that? Do yourself? 12.
So after 2016, the individual artists in ASAP had kind of established solo careers, you feel me? So I branched off to do a solo tour. And my first day of my solo tour, I ended up getting an inguinal hernia. And I couldn't be Rocky Hype Man anymore. And I had to slow down from traveling for a little while.
What year was that roughly?
That was 2016.
And there's no point in time where you moved to California with them.
Yes.
When was that?
We moved to California with Rocky in 2012. So in 2012, and then again in 2022 during COVID.
How about in 2020? We living with Rodney in 2020?
Yes, yes.
Where was that?
That was West Hollywood in LA, yes.
In 2020.
2020.
And Rocky helped your career at that point at all? 2020.
Yes. And in 2020, he helped me get out my Sony deal.
Get out of your Sony deal?
Yes.
Okay. So you had a Sony deal
I had a Sony deal, and he helped me get out of it.
out of it. So
Yeah.
for whatever reason, you don't get into the details, but it wasn't working out for you, Sony deal, and Rocky helped you get out of the deal.
Yes.
Did at some point in time, you guys stop working together?
We probably stopped being business partners, but never stopped being friends.
Okay. When did you stop being business partners or doing professional work together?
Maybe like 18 or so, you feel me? Because I was already an ASAP 12, like a solo artist, and ASAP Rocky was building his label, but he was also signing other artists, you feel me? So I just felt the need to just work on my own career.
But you still remain close friends?
Yeah, that was my friend, my brother.
So you moved to California twice, according to your testimony, 2012 and then 2020?
Yes.
And what were you doing when you moved to LA?
Just creating music, working out, just building a farm.
Do you know someone by the name of Brother?
Yes, I do.
And you know him by the other names?
Yes. ASAP Rocky.
Okay.
And how'd you meet him?
Now that we know a little bit about 12E, he now is going to jump into his involvement with this incident, and we're going to see what happened, because these brothers obviously were close at some point in time. 12E, Relly, Rocky, Ills. 4 key players on the board at this incident. This is the first witness for the defense. It's the defense's turn, and it's interesting because I don't think I heard a motion to dismiss, even though it's weak evidence. The first witness that the defense team is bringing up is 12E. It's an interesting choice in strategy, but let's see why. Because now they're about to dive in to the questioning that surround Relly and the event itself. Let's go in.
I met ASAP Relly through the ASAP Collective. We all grew up together. We all grew up in the same boroughs. We used to hang out with each other, go to events, go to musical sessions, the gym. You feel me? It was a brother.
And roughly, you know roughly what year you met him?
I met him around the same time I met Rocky, so around 2005, 2006.
Okay. And tell us a little bit what your relationship with Relly was like.
I had a good relationship with Relly. We would get up, we would work out together. He had musical artists, so I would work with his musical artists, and we just would build a bond. Being that we were part of the ASAP collective, treated him like a brother, like everybody else in the collective.
At that time, the early years, what was comparing the relationship with Rocky and Relly? Was it similar, the same, different?
In the early years, it was the same, you know, but when Rocky started getting way busier, I remember Rocky helped me get my passport, and from there we would travel the world a lot. We wouldn't really be in like New York or the States, so I didn't have too much time to deal with Relly at that moment. But we would still speak and stuff like that.
When was the last time you saw Relly?
Last time I saw Relly was, I think the summer of 2022 in the Bronx.
So, well, tell us about that.
I was living in the Bronx, and he was living across the street from me. And this particular day, I was reading a book. So I'm reading a book outside.
At this point, relative.
Sustain.
Your arm is impeachment. I think perfectly like it's what I do.
All right. Go ahead.
You guys.
Continue.
Yes.
Okay, so I was reading a book. He lived down the block from me, and this is like the same neighborhood we would work out in. So you know we were known to see each other. But this is the first time I've seen him in a while. So I'm reading a book. I'm reading I think Who Killed Martin Luther King by James Earl Ray.
Yes, relevant to what you read. You're right, but go ahead.
So
I
I'm
would
reading a
object
book,
to that too.
And I see somebody like walking towards me. So at first, like I put the book down a little bit, and then I hear something. Then I hear something again. So then I focus and I notice it's him. And then like I catch him say something about you, like yo, you know Rocky did bad by
Your
not
Honor.
taking.
Your Honor, we need an approach on
You've established, what you established, what you need to establish, go on to something else.
Your Honor, that's an issue. We need to approach. I can't express this on the record.
Luckily for us, we can skip this brief moment. That's why I love starting late, because we have TiVo time and we can skip through it. They return right about here.
Your Honor, there was an applicant.
It was on that.
Want to make sure. The question is stricken. If it wasn't answered, it is stricken. We'll let you know the topic.
Are you aware whether or not Rocky had been the victim of prior violence?
Yes.
You have personal knowledge of that?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about the first instance you're aware of that you have personal knowledge of that you saw.
Well, and
Your Honor, same issue, no discovery in this area.
Not sure, Your Honor. Why he was carrying that weapon. No, that's not a reported statement. They have police reports on that, so.
It's there. It's in the summary. Overall.
Okay,
Tuckamina hated that.
Slide down.
yes.
go ahead. Tell us about that incident.
In 2018, I'm not too sure what club it was, but we was in a club having a good time, and a brawl broke out in the club.
Objection that we have.
Overall.
Shut up.
A brawl broke out in the club, and we got jumped, and we both ended up cut inside the club.
And you say both, yourself?
Yes, I got stabbed, and A$AP Rocky got stabbed.
Okay. How about another instance that you were personally aware of or saw yourself?
But several times I would be at his crib in LA and stalk his house. I would pull up to his house in LA when I was staying there, and several times while I was staying there.
This is bad, guys. I mean, sorry, New York. Your sayings and mannerisms are on the floor today. I mean, you feel me? Oh, I went to his crib. I was at his crib. By crib, you mean house, right? Yeah. And then, I would pull up. So it's like, all right, it's 12 though. It's 12. We like 12. We like 12 so far.
Yeah, stalkers would pull up to his crib.
Stalkers.
And you saw that?
Yes.
And do you remember what years that was roughly?
That was 2020 and 2021.
And were you there when there were any home invasions?
No, I wasn't, but I definitely heard about the home invasion.
Objection calls for hearsay also.
Sustained, move on to another topic. We established what you intended.
Yes, sir.
Motion to strike the answer that was given.
You sustained, Your Honor. I mean, this one was sustained.
There was an answer, or the question and the answer are stricken. Jury can disregard. Go ahead.
Do you know any security measures Rocky took in response to those instances you just testified to?
Yes.
Tell us.
I know he had to get a whole new security staff, and also I know he walked around with a prop.
The prop gun is entered the chat.
Like a starter pistol, like a prop. That's it.
Okay. And how do you know he had a problem?
Well, I've seen it on several occasions. The first time I seen it, it wasn't on his body for anything. It was for a video shoot, the DMV video shoot in the Bronx.
When was that?
That was July 2021.
And you were at that video shoot?
Yes, I was.
You were actually part of the video shoot?
Yes, I came in the video.
Okay. Who else was in the video?
Me, myself, Rocky, ASAP Hills, Rihanna was featured in the video as well.
And in that video, you said you saw prop guns?
Yes. So he had a scene that was more like a private scene. Not too many people could be around the scene, and in the apartment, they were having it was like a mini movie, So he had props, he had different things to make it feel like a movie set in that scene.
Okay. And after the video shoot was complete,
Yes.
did Rocky do any of those prop guns?
Well, I'm not too sure about the video shoot, but I do remember seeing him again with a prop. September of this
Same
year.
objection, Your Honor.
Sustained, not responsive.
Okay. After the video shoot, did you see him with a prop gun again?
Yes,
When?
in September
Of what year?
2021
Where?
in Harlem.
For what?
Well, I remember I was getting food on 143rd and Lenox, and he happened to hit me. I told him where I was at. He came to see me.
And you ain't say he didn't hit you.
Oh no, he contacted me. I'm sorry.
He hit me up. He hit me.
Contacted me to see where I was at, and I was uptown getting some food on 143rd and Lenox, and we met up. It was like a block party in Christian on the same street. So Christian Street, we went to eat in the park, and I just remember when he was sitting down, seeing something like bulging out his white T-shirt, and I asked about it. He showed me, and it was the same situation from a DMV.
He told you it was a problem.
Yes.
Sir,
Motion to strike is hearsay if the defendant says.
Sustained.
how about in California? Did you see that prop gun in California?
Yes.
When?
Your Honor, objection, no discovery.
All right, we have to start counting these objections. You know that really annoying prosecutor that's just always like, he's always crying. The one that had that crazy ass ringtone. The what was it? Charge, whatever it was. Like he had that crazy ringtone. That's who is objecting right now. And keep in mind, the judge is keeping track. He's like, if you guys add speaking objections, lawyers, defense, or prosecutors, I'm going to charge you $1,500 as a fine for every time that you do it. So let's start our objection counter starting right now. I think there have been at least 6 or 7, but let's see, because the state is crying. The state is done. The state's going to cross-examine. But today's going to be good because this particular prosecutor with the lanyard, he really enjoys cross-examination. Notice he didn't do any directs. They were only putting him on for cross. So he's going to cross-examine 12E after Taco Pina's done. But it's taco time right now. So we're focusing on taco time. Let's jump back on in.
You could finish it.
Okay, so when I came back to California for I think it was the Complex Con event, that week we would like work out early in the morning. We go for bike rides around his area, and this is still like COVID area, so he didn't have security, and that was basically like his line of defense. If anybody ran down, he would have the problem.
And that again, what that was September 2021.
September 2021.
Do you yourself have any familiarity with star pistols or pop guns or rifle guns?
Yes.
Okay, how do you have familiarity?
In a couple of my music videos, I've used replicas and props. And being on set with Rocky, I came like to be knowledgeable of, you know, having props and certain equipment that make a music video look like a better production.
Do you know in particular one music video that you use pop guns in?
For my music video? Oh, yes.
What's the name of that?
It's called Escape.
So, according to you saw Rocky before November 6th with the prop gun 3 times.
Yes.
The NB video,
Yes.
the time in Harlem
In Harlem.
in September 2021, and then Los Angeles.
Yes.
When you saw the prop gun in September 2021, was it the same as you saw the DMV video?
From what I remember, it was a bit different because now it had a belt clip so you can secure it, and I think it had like a clear clip, like I guess like replica magazine. Yeah.
And in Los Angeles, did it look like it looked in New York?
Yes.
And that was November 2021,
Yes.
first 2 days.
First you did, yes.
And let's direct your attention to November 6th, 2021.
Yes.
Were you with Rocky that day?
Yes.
Okay. What were you doing that morning or that day?
Well, that morning, I remember we worked out because we wanted to get our bodies ready for the Complex Con show, which was the next day. So I was staying at the little perk, met him at his crib, worked out a little bit, and then around, I think, 5 or 6 o'clock, we headed out to Long Beach.
Who were you there preparing this performance with?
The ASAP Collective, from what I remember, it was me, Rocky, Ills, Lou, you know, a lot of our friends from New York, a lot of the friends from the collective. It was the 10-year anniversary of Live Love ASAP. It was a big deal. It was also the first show for him or anybody else in the past like 2 years because of COVID. So it was a pretty big deal.
You mentioned the name Lou. Who is Lou?
Lou, ASAP Lou is he's a member of the collective, but he's also I guess Rocky's manager.
And at any point on November 6th, you see ASAP Lou holding Rocky's property.
Yes. So I guess when Rocky had
Anything after yes is straight. So the answer is yes, you did.
I'm sorry on that. Tell us the circumstance of how you saw Lou holding Rocky's property.
yes,
Objection, no discovery.
Call that one.
so Lou, he also works, you know, as a manager. He works as a stagehand. He has multiple hats, and I just remember that day. I guess he just had to get it from Rocky while Rocky.
Objection,
performed the
also
set.
speculation.
Stay.
Motion to strike the answer. Yes.
What did you see? Well, yes.
Oh, I seen Lou with the prop,
Which prop?
the same prop that I seen in New York.
With Velvet,
Yes,
with that sort of replica magazine, etc.
yes.
What is your understanding, sir, as to why Rocky was carrying a prop gun instead of a regular gun?
Objection, that's proper speculation. The end of your sex.
All right. let's direct you, by the way, what is your understanding, Steve, here, or a prop, I'm sorry, is the rep, whatever it's called. What is your understanding of what it is?
It's a device that looks and sounds like a real gun, I guess.
And you've seen it used in the
Yeah, and, my music videos, I've seen it in movies, I've seen it in music videos, I've seen it several times.
All right, I want to direct your attention now to November 6, 2021. On that day, you with Rocky were in an altercation with Relly.
Yes,
Who else was with you?
ASAP Hills.
Here it goes.
ASAP Hills is other name, his real name is,
Elijah Longer.
can you tell us what happened? From the beginning of that day.
Okay, so we were at the conference call rehearsal getting ready for the show tomorrow. And everything was good. We was having a good show. And towards the end of rehearsal, because I'm on stage with Rocky, I see him kind of like dealing with something on his phone. And he kind of put me on to it. Relly was online, just like disgracing his name, running his name through the mud. You feel me? So Rocky was like, "Yo, bro, I wanna go holler at Relly. I'm gonna go talk to him."
Relly was running his name through the mud. Is that what was happening? Keep going. This is why they all met up that day.
Relly, you feel me? And I was already with him at Complex Con, so that's why I went with him. And he asked me to call Relly, text Relly, but Relly didn't respond to me. You feel me? But Relly was still responding to, I guess, Rocky.
This is a narrative, it's all dead, no discovery.
13.
Okay. You remember if Rocky was dealing with something on his phone?
Yes.
Did you hear his end of the conversation?
Just not the end of the conversation.
His end of it, his part.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And did that have to do with bad mouthing Relly or Relly bad mouthing Rocky about Josh's funeral?
It was Rocky explaining to me how Relly was bad mouthing Rocky about not handling Josh's funeral.
Objection, that's in call for said, motion strikes.
They talked about it. It is.
No,
Okay, that's the approach.
no.
All
The bad call from the judge.
right. So, who was Josh?
Josh,
Objection, relevance, overruled 52.
Josh is ASAP Josh. He was a member of the collective that passed away in October 2021.
Listen, the judge has his pencil. Lou Pickles is writing down all of these objections, and each objection is $1,500. Let us go back in. The shenanigans.
Who paid for Josh's funeral expenses?
Objection, relevance in 352.
There's another one.
Do you know of a dispute between Relly and Rocky about the paying of Josh's funeral?
Objection, relevance in 352.
Yes,
Okay.
I guess
No,
Yes.
hold on. Yes, good.
Answer the question.
And what do you know about the dispute?
Objection, that's gonna call for a narrative.
He's aware of the dispute.
Now, the next day was Complex Con, you said?
yes.
Did Rocky, in your presence, attempt to reach out to Relly,
Yes, he did.
clear the air before Complex Con?
Yes, he did.
And at Complex Con, were you all supposed to be going together?
Yes. Well, from Complex Con on the 6th, we were all supposed to go to the Playboy Cardi concert as a group, as a collective. And then the next day, we were all supposed to perform at Complex Con as an ASAP collective.
And why was that an important day? Was there anything specifically important about that next day?
Objection, relevance, overruled 52.
Yes. It was the 10-year anniversary of the project that got ASAP Rocky and the ASAP collective signed.
Did you, hear Rocky speaking to Relly? that
Yes.
day? Okay. And was that on the phone initially?
Yes.
What did you hear Rocky say?
Objection, hearsay.
Stan, you can ask to describe the tenor of the conversation,
Sure.
but not the words.
Okay. First of all, before I ask about the tenor of the conversation, you personally, did you try to reach out to Relly that night, November 6th, 2021?
Yes, I did.
How did you try to do that?
I believe I called him and I texted him.
Did he ever respond to that?
No.
Okay, you heard the judge, you could describe the tenor of that conversation without words. What was the tenor of that conversation? You know what I mean by tenor of that conversation, the sort of the atmosphere of the conversation, the mood of the conversation.
Okay. From what I recall, I feel like it was like a humorous, brotherly conversation. Yo, where you at? Like, all right, let's link, let's have this conversation. It wasn't nothing more than that.
What was Rocky's tone like in the conversation?
Well, being that we was coming from complex calm, we got a big show, he was in a good mood, you feel me?
It's not responsive.
No,
The-
forget about this mood. Let's just listen to the question again. I know this is not your everyday thing. What was Rocky's tone during the conversation?
Happy, sad, angry,
It
confused.
was on the phone, it was kind of happy, it was just more or less trying
Right,
to.
you can ask the question. Go ahead.
Now, was Rocky talking calm?
Yes.
And what happened after the call?
Objection, call for narrative.
Well, after the call, because we were in Long Beach, we had to go from Long Beach back to LA. So really, we just in the car playing new music, getting vibes together. Everything was like exciting. Everything was like happy.
Who was driving the car? You see in the car?
I think we had a driver. It was complex call. I believe they provided like traffic for us.
And did you eventually get to downtown LA, this parking garage on Argyle Street eventually?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you sitting in this car?
I was sitting in the back.
Okay. When you stopped and got out, who was the first to get out and who was the last? Number three.
Okay, Rocky, then Ills, then me.
And what did you see when you got out?
So when I first got out, I was just seeing Rocky walk up the hills, Ills walk slightly behind him, and I seen brother coming down there.
And when you saw Relly coming down the hill, describe what you saw.
So as I'm looking up, I just see like Relly coming down the hill with a little extra momentum, not running or anything, but just a little pep and stuff.
And did there come a point in time where Relly and Rocky met?
Yes.
Okay. What happened when they met?
Well, soon as they met, from what I've seen, it was just like Relly just grabbed Rocky. It's just as soon as he seen him, just grabbed him.
This is why Taco Pino put him first. Remember, we've been trying to figure this out throughout the entire week. Who put hands on who first? This is a witness that was there, 12E, and he says, all I saw was Relly pull Rocky first. Remember that in altercation, they were pulling each other? He's saying that Relly initiated that, not Rocky. Guys, it's getting real. Oh, it's getting real. So, because that does change the game. Who put hands on who first? And if it's Relly, are you mad at Rocky for pulling out the fake strap? I don't know, court of public opinion. Let's go. The tea is starting to warm up.
Okay. And what happened after he grabbed you?
So he's kind of grabbing him, and Relly's a big dude, you know, Relly is big. So he's kind of like grabbing them and shaking them. So at this point, Rocky tries to like, I guess grab him too, but grip the floor so he can maintain his balance because Relly was kind of like trying to lift him up by his hoodie.
Now, at one point, we'll just play that video. We have that. I'm going to show you a video from that garage encounter on Argyle Street on November 6th, 2020.
What's your exhibit?
No problem.
Is this the one that,
This is the
oh,
garage.
E.
I don't know. We're about to watch the footage again, but if y'all think that based off of body language, right? Do you think 12E is lying or is he telling the truth? Put a 1 in the chat if you think 12E is telling the truth. Put a 2 in the chat if you think he's lying to protect his friend Rocky. While y'all do that, we're going to go back into the surveillance footage.
Is that an E? No, it's not E. Emma, as in Mary?
Yes.
Emma as in Mary.
Paul, like this.
There's a power button on the side.
My side?
Yeah, just at the top.
So you could look at that little screen right behind you. There's like sort of big one. Easy for you to see. I'll play it through once and then I'll ask you about it. Keep that there. I'm going to need to refer back to it. From that obviously it's just a small snippet with an obstructed view, but is that part what you saw?
Yes.
Okay. And when you see them going backwards towards that parking sign, I guess Relly is holding Rocky, right? Holding Relly going backwards that way. What did you observe?
I observed, like I said, Rocky was trying to get his balance so that he wouldn't like lift him or throw him or push him anyway. But
What
The
did they
question has to be called for speculation as to why it possibly illegal.
The answer is, remains as is without adding anything.
Okay. And then, what did you see when they were going backwards?
I seen really like pulling like Rocky.
And what was your reaction? Your reaction?
Well, my reaction, I was surprised because from my understanding, these dudes were only supposed to have a conversation. You know, I didn't expect anything else.
Did you do anything?
Besides try to break it up, you know, just put my hands in the middle of it.
You see yourself on that video at the end there?
Yes.
You're wearing that red jacket? That right?
Yes.
So
Well,
I think Ills was the one that was used as a human shield. I don't know, but let's go back.
is that Ills who gets in the middle?
Yes.
In that small clip there, you see Rocky holding an object that looks like fire.
Yes.
Okay. And what was that in fact?
That was his prop.
Okay. And tell us how it came out that he started holding it.
From my recollection, being that Relly's a big dude and Relly with his
She actually wrote
Stay,
strikes, not
stay,
responses.
stay.
The court instructed the witness to answer only when asked.
It's ironic.
Ask the question again.
So
What he saw?
Just,
As I said, I seen really grabbing Rocky, almost picking him up off the ground. And with that happening, his pants started falling.
it's me.
The Rocky pants started falling. You know, so
Did you see that in the video there?
yeah.
Okay, go back to that clip, please. Just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. When we come back from that. You see Rocky's pants down there?
His sleeve, sustain.
Okay, what do you see?
I see him right there.
Yeah.
So his pants are lower than they're supposed to be, and then I see him try to put his prop back, like adjust it back into the belt.
Which hand was he holding that prop with?
His left hand.
Is Rocky left or right?
He's a right.
What did you do at that point?
At that point, I just stepped in the middle and just tried to break it up.
Okay.
And also, I was trying to tell Rocky to go, like, yo, bro, we out of here. Like, Relly's going crazy right now. Let's go.
Objection, motion strikes, non-responsive.
Okay. Why did you tell Rocky to get out of here?
Well, because, for one, I see that the conversation that they were supposed to have, it didn't look like they was going to have a conversation, and Relly was a bit aggressive. And I didn't understand that. It's like, we all friends.
Objection, motion strikes, non-responsive.
Everything after we're all friends is true.
Okay. Who's the aggressor in this encounter?
Relly,
Okay. Is that why you told Rocky to leave?
yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Rocky point that out there? Just a prop on a boat to you at Relly at all during that parking garage encounter?
No.
Oh!
Yes.
Oh, that was a good question. Did Relly take that prop gun? Look at how he phrased it. Did Relly take, not even Relly, did Rocky take that object, the prop gun? He added the word prop gun and pointed at Relly. And without conviction, 12E is saying no.
Rocky pressed a gun, prop gun that you described here against Relly's stomach to point at his head or his chest.
No, I did not.
Would you have seen that if it happened?
Yes, I was there.
When Rocky pulled out that starter pistol, did Relly say anything?
Yes.
What did he say?
I told him to shoot that fake ass gun.
And how, and you heard that clearly,
Yes.
and how fast was this altercation?
It was pretty fast. It was pretty fast.
After it was over, and like you said, you tried to push Rocky to go away, what did you all do?
We ended up turning the corner.
Okay, maybe we should put the map up real quick. I think we'll just keep it to the five.
Shoot that fake ass gun. I mean, it shows that Relly knew that it was a prop gun. I don't know. AC. AC has entered the chat.
I'm gonna put, Mr. Troy, Mr. Phillip, I'm gonna put the map up here so you can help act on it. People stoop, look up. Okay, see where that red pen just was?
Yeah.
That's Argyle Avenue, that's where that parking lot was, parking, arrow parking, right there, you see that? Right there. you like this, like, here's Argyle, here's Parktown, right?
Okay.
And then here's Selma, right? And then, here's, thank you. Here's East Delmar. So just show the jury from the parking lot to Selma, East Delmar, which direction they're going here.
Mr. Zapatino, one of the participants needs a break.
Okay,
So,
sure.
10 minutes?
Yes, sir.
We'll take a 10-minute break, folks. Please be outside the courtroom for 5 minutes after.
All right, so we have a juror that needed to take a break. Luckily for us, I did hear that Law and Crime cut their feet a little bit early. I have detected the moment. We're going to switch to Court TV in a second and pick it up where Law and Crime's feed cuts off. It cut off because they had some technical difficulties. So we're going to switch back from there. Currently, if you want to know what's happening in real time, we're not that far behind. Of course, they're on their long ass California lunch breaks that take 2 hours. They will be back at 4:30. That means we have an hour and 15 to kill, but that's fine because those of you who have joined us, what we do in this crew is we like to skip the breaks, right? That's what we do over here. Anywho, we're going to skip this break and get back to 12E's testimony. It does appear we're going to get a little bit across immediately after this. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to watch. They come back right here.
Okay, Toby, you were at the point where you would sort of push rock, don't believe, and I think that you said the three of you started making your way away from Argyle. Point on the map up there with the pointer, which direction you really headed.
I believe he started coming down this way.
The Selma, right there. Okay. And then you made the left off the Selma end, correct?
Yes.
Now, before that, let me ask you a quick question. At any point during this incident, one garage, did you display a knife?
No.
Turn around.
Turn around this way.
Look,
Okay.
were you carrying a knife at all?
No.
Now, by the way, in that video,
Muted. So now he's testifying. Remember, Relly said that he, 12E, had a knife. 12E just said in front of the whole world, no, I didn't. I didn't have a knife. Oh my God, this case is crazy.
you said you're off camera for a portion of it, but you see yourself on camera at some point, right?
Yes.
Okay. You know what, guys, play that one more time and just identify yourself when you see yourself in that little snippet.
So all right there.
And where's your hand?
I believe I put my left hand on brother.
All right, so after the parking lot, you start walking. I'm sorry. Yeah. You said you start walking to Selma Avenue there, correct?
Yes. We're walking down Argyle and then we make the left on Southern.
Okay. And then, you see that little red thing, emoji of a gun is or something like that?
Yes, I see it.
That's Vista Del Mar, then you make the left.
Real quick, guys, huge shout out to Scooby, one of our mods in the chat who has gifted you guys 10 memberships. Say thank you if you got a membership from Scooby coming from a moderator. That's huge. That's huge. Not only are we witnessing ASAP 12E tell you, what are y'all talking about? I didn't have a knife. I don't know what Relly's talking about. Scooby's like, okay, let me let you guys tune in. Scooby's like, Donna, you get a membership. Emotional Balance gets a membership. Black Cappuccino gets a membership. Ray gets a membership. Kate, Lex, Liam, Uptown, Sita, Mr. Crockett, Belfast. No, I think it stops with Mr. Crockett. But thank you so much, Scooby Scoop. We are watching the debauchery take place. These guys are turning on each other. We have a poll right now to see what you guys, court of public opinion, what you think. Is Relly's testimony being, attacked right now by 12B's testimony, who was just like, I didn't have a knife. He's saying I had a knife. I didn't have a knife. And in fact, Relly was the one who attacked Rocky, and I was there. Do you see why it's such a problem to not go to the police right away? Because now you have conflicting stories that are objectionable to the jury. It can be confusing to figure out who's telling the truth. Now you got to go with your gut. Now you got to go with body language. Now you got to go with what they've presented in front of you. Crazy.
Oh, yeah, correct, yes.
Thank you, Scooby.
After you left the parking lot, parking garage, I'm sorry, tell us what happens.
So after we leave the parking lot,
Garage.
parking garage, it's really fast, but Relly and Rocky already, I guess, diffused the situation when they were grabbing onto each other. So that's already done. So I'm telling Rocky, like, yo, we out. Also telling Ill, yo, we out. And also telling Rel,
You tell him to do what?
we out. Like,
We're out.
We are out.
We are out. Okay, I'm sorry. This how.
We out.
All right, so I'm telling them, like, let's go. We are out. It's time for us to go. We can't conversate with our brother right now. Maybe we can conversate with him later. Let's go. So we all start turning the corner, and as we turn in the corner, down the block and turn the corner, Relly is still following us.
Okay. And was he following you the entire time?
Yes.
Did he say anything that you heard?
Yes, he was yelling out obscenities
To who?
to all three of us.
Okay. How did he sound?
He sounded angry, He sounded angry.
Or did any of the three of you stop?
We stopped momentarily, all because we turned in the corner, we hearing him, and so Rocky is first once he turned the corner. So Rocky was already up. So it's me and Ills in the back. Relly starts yelling, Ills, you a crackhead. 12, you live in the projects. He tries to belittle Rocky with the objects that he has, like, oh, I got this, I got the Cuban, I got the range. And we were all confused, like, we friends, so it's like.
Is there a question, Danny?
Yes, there was.
Yes, calling for an error. Ask another question.
Okay. Well, I asked, what did he say? But okay, what did he say? I sure.
Yeah, he was, like I said, he said, yo, Ills, you a crackhead, you told me you live in the projects. Yo, Rocky, I got this, I got these items, and I don't really need.
Sorry, I was muted. I do that all the time, guys. Relly said he started with the ad hominem attacks. Hey, you live in the projects. What's wrong with, Project Heat? And here's the thing. If you guys have been rocking with each other for years and you're a part of Rocky's camp, who cares? But this is how you can tell that Relly was very, very angry and hurt at the time of the situation. Shout out to Nick Star of Trial Watch. He says official invite to the Friday panel show at 7 p.m. or directly after today's trial ends. If it's later than that, chat, make AV join me, Sean and Kat. I might do that. I have a flight to Atlanta in the morning, but I will try my best to make it happen. Nick, I will send you a DM. Thank you so much for the super chat. It's gonna be a tight scheduling thing, but I could probably make it. Let's go back in. Thank you again, Nick.
Was his anger elevated at any point?
Yes. Not only is he a big dude,
Yes, you've answered the question.
Mostly right.
Everything after yes.
Did you personally say anything to Relly? Did you personally say anything to Relly while he was following? By the way, when you withdraw, let me ask another question. Did he follow you all the way around?
His energy was so like violent and things like that.
Objection again, it's now this one is overruled.
Were you scared?
I was threatened, yes.
Was it your impression, again, I'm asking you about your impression only, that Relly was about to get into a fight?
Objection, it's called for speculation.
Sustained.
All right. By the way, were you probably in a position to have a physical confrontation or a fight?
No.
Why?
Well, to be honest, that year I worked out with Relly.
Objection, relevance, overruled.
That year I worked out with Relly a few times, so I knew Relly was stronger than me. And I was
It's
also
not responsive.
Were you in the position?
Objection stricken.
Okay. were you
Oh my
in the
God,
position
his
first
objection.
yourself, physically?
no,
Why not?
because of my inguinal hernia.
What happened when we reached the corner of Selma and East Selma?
Well, as we get to the corner, like as I said, like trying to get Rocky up out there, I'm in the middle and Ills in the back. So Ills is trying to calm Relly down, you know, calm him down some way. And I guess it's not working. So I guess we walk a few more feet, and then I hear like fast steps. So I turn around and I see Relly hit Ills.
How many times did you see it?
I see him hit at least like twice. At least 2 times, maybe twice.
And after Relly hit Hills, did Rocky do anything?
From what I recall, not when he first hit him, no.
Okay. After the second hit,
So after the second hit, Rel tried to hit me, and I moved, and then Relly hit Ills again. That's when Rocky shot down with the prop gun to scare Relly off, and then scare Relly off. Relly was still hitting Ills.
This is a plot twist. So now Ills, the man that was a human shield, 12 is saying that Relly was actually hitting Ills. Think about that. He didn't give a shit about your life. He just used you as a shield, and then it's just like he's stealing on you too. And Relly, out of all 4 people, I believe is the tallest. And from what it sounds like, these guys are in shape and they work out together, all of those things. So we didn't know that before, that Ills was being hit. So this testimony, guys, if we go through it slowly, and that's why I do like to stop when we have time, is to dissect it, because that did not come out over these past few days of trial. That Ills not only was used as a human shield, but like you stealing on him too.
did you hear a second shot?
Yes, but by then the car alarms and everything.
Did you see the second shot?
No.
After the second shot, and by the way, you said Relly came after you.
Yes.
We'll say that for this one, show you the video. After the second shot, what did you do in regards to Rocky?
I went up to him and grabbed him to push him into the opposite direction to leave. And I'm telling him, like, bro, let's go. We out here.
And did he go?
It took like a second to grab him because Rel was still beating up on Ills. He kind of wanted to like go help Ills, but I'm like,
Objection, that's gonna call for sustained about the story the answer. Sustained about what Rocky wanted to do.
Yeah, what Rocky wanted to do.
Yes.
So that answer again without what Rocky wanted to do. Is that the question we're back to?
Okay, I think this is right when Law and Crime's feed broke. It's broken. It looks like they fixed it. I'm going to switch over to Court TV because right when this happened, this is the benefit of starting later, guys. We get to see what we missed. So coming over to Court TV, and shout out to Court TV having this available. I'm going to bring us to right around here.
And your career, if you wanted to.
Oh, cross happened.
What's the ground?
Argument.
Let me just figure out where we are.
Rocky's stance down there.
It's leading, sustain.
Okay, what do you see?
I see him right there.
Okay. Well, I asked, what did he say? But, okay, what did he say? Sure.
Yeah, he was, like I said, he said, yo, it was you a crackhead, you told me you live in the projects. Yo, Rocky, I got this, I got these items, and
Okay, that's what he said. Okay, this is where we just were. Ills, the man that was used as a human shield, you're a crackhead. And 12E, you live in the projects. Ad hominem attacks. Doesn't mean that we believe anybody's account of the story. No, it's just all over the place. You know, so those are the ad hominem attacks. We're going to pick it up from right here.
I don't really need you.
Was his anger elevated at any point?
Yes. Not only is he a big dude, you know,
Yeah,
he's
you've answered the question.
Mostly strike. The last
Everything
thing
after yes.
How was his demeanor as you were walking away? Relatively.
oh, he was, to me, it was out of control. You know, it was volatile. Volatile.
Did Rocky respond to him at all?
No, because I was telling Rocky, excuse my French, yo, Rocky,
Mostly strike, everything after no is non-responsive.
What was Rocky doing?
Rocky was turning the corner trying to leave.
And after you, all three of you turned the corner up Selma, did you turn the corner up to Still Mark right there, that little street?
Yes,
Okay. On the left there, there's a vacant lot, it's a parking lot, so, remember that?
oh, right here, yes.
Okay. Did you personally say anything to Relly while he was following? By the way, just when you withdraw, let me ask another question. Did he follow you all the way around, including to Vista Del Mar?
Yes, he did.
Objection to the phrase follow.
Yes, he did follow us.
Okay. Did you say anything to Relly while he was following you?
I told him, excuse my French, to get the fuck out of here.
Get the F out of here.
Words and actions that you describe them make you feel.
Being that this is a friend of mine, I felt
Objection
offended.
irrelevant, sustain. Motion to strike is sustain. Motion to strike the answer, Your Honor.
The answer is stricken, the question is stricken. That's one of the question.
Did you feel threatened by Relly?
Yes, and leading.
It is, see?
Okay, then, how did you feel by Relly's actions?
Objection relevant. Overruled.
Can't even get a sentence out
So
or
at
objection.
first I was surprised because this is a friend of mine. This is a friend that I've known the past 15, 20 years.
Objection, that's non-responsive.
Surprised.
You can,
Everything after surprise, Your Honor, would be non-responsive.
you can continue.
Thank you. But yeah, like I didn't see this occurring. I didn't understand why his energy was so like violent and things like that.
Objection again, it's non-responsive. Overruled.
Were you scared?
I was threatened. Yes.
All right, guys, we are just waiting for them to come back from court, and we're catching up on the feed break between Law and Crime and Court TV. Luna is speaking of things that are breaking. She's breaking into this den right now. But I just wanted to stop to give a huge shout out to the Mixed Chick who gives 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Mixed Chick. Really appreciate you growing the community and all you do for the community. Thank you again. And if you received a membership from Mixed Chick, please say thank you to her. She does not have to do it. She is fantastic. I'm looking at, so many people that have just been gifted memberships in the chat. Say thank you to her if you got one. That's very, very sweet of her. Thank you again, Mixed Chip. I see The Real Rebel Eric, W. Smith, AK Robbie, Ashley, Abstract, the world's Ann, CB Jones, T. Roberts, old, obese, and broke to a young, healthy, and wealthy. I love that username. Stephanie Santa got one as well. If you received a membership from a Mixed Chick, please say thank you to her. I love that you guys grow this community. It's so fun. Let's go back in.
Was it your impression, again, I'm asking you about your impression only, that really was about to get into a fight?
Objection, call for speculation.
Sustained.
By the way, were you, Chloe, in a position to have a physical confrontation or a fight?
No.
Why?
Well, to be honest, that year I worked out with Relly.
Objection, relevance, overruled.
That year I worked out with Relly a few times, so I knew Relly was stronger than me. And I was
It's not
also,
responsive.
Were you in the
Objection
position,
stricken.
okay, were you in the position personally yourself, physically?
no,
Why not?
because of my inguinal hernia.
We're talking about a hernia. In the meantime, shout out to Chase, who's adding on to the memberships. We're up to 30 today. Scooby gifted memberships. Mixed Chick gifted memberships. Chase is gifted memberships. We are making it rain in the chat as we wait for them to return and we get into cross-examination. Young Lord just got one. Kim got one. Amber got one. Tracy got one. Ben Drew got one. Chloe got one. Bama Law got one. F. Dot got one. Niji. The fuck I care got one. That some of y'all usernames be crazy, but Chase, thank you so much. Please, guys, if y'all could give Chase some love for doing that, that was very, very sweet. I appreciate you, Mixed Chick, Scooby, and others that are growing the community. It means a lot. Let's go back in and hopefully we can get to cross soon because I know that prosecutor with a lanyard and that crazy ringtone is going to want to do this. He only cross-examines. He has not performed a single direct examination on any of these witnesses. And given what 12E is saying, it is interesting.
What happened when we reached the corner of Selma and East Selma?
So as we get to the corner, like, as I said, like trying to get Rocky up out of there, I'm in the middle and Ills in the back. So Ills is trying to calm Relly down, calm him down some way. And I guess it's not working. So I guess we walk a few more feet and then I hear like fast steps. So I turn around and I see Rel hit Ills.
How many times did you see him hit?
I see him hit at least like twice.
And after Relly hit Bills, did Rocky do anything?
From what I recall, not when he first hit him, no.
Okay. After the second hit?
So after the second hit, Rel tried to hit me, and I moved, and then Relly hit Ills again. That's when Rocky shot down with the prop gun to scare Relly off. It didn't scare Relly off. Relly was still hitting Ills.
Well, why?
Did you hear a second shot?
Yes, but by then the car alarms and everything.
Did you see the second shot?
No.
After the second shot, and by the way, you said Relly came after you at one point?
Yes.
We'll save that for this, I'm sure your video.
That's what doesn't make sense about this story. If Relly was like just caught off guard when Rocky pulled out the fake gun, prop gun, real gun, whatever, when somebody pulls out a gun, everybody's naturally just going to run away unless you really want to keep going. But in this case, 12E is saying that Relly, even after the gun was discharged, he continued to hit Ills, the crackhead. Something about this story doesn't add up on both sides now, like honestly.
After the second shot, what did you do in regards to Rocky?
I went up to him and grabbed him to push him into the opposite direction to leave. And I'm telling him, like, bro, let's go. We out here.
And did he go?
It took like a second to grab him because Brett was still beating up on Ills. He kind of wanted to like go help Ills, but I'm like,
Objection, not to call for
Sustained about, sustained about what, Rocky wanted to do.
Yeah, what Rocky wanted to do, so that answer again, without what Rocky wanted to do. Is that the question, Rebecca?
We'll save that for later, we'll save that, I'm going to show you a video later, after the second shot, what did you do in regards to Rocky?
Okay. Is that the last one?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, please.
The answer was I went to him and grabbed him, pushed him to the opposite direction, and to leave, and I'm telling him like, bro, let's go, get out of here. The next question is, and did he go? That was the last question.
Okay. That's the question. And did he go?
yeah, he went.
Okay. And after he went, what did you do? Go.
After he went, and I seen him walking away from everything, I turned around I was like, all right, see, now I guess I gotta go handle the rail situation. So I turned around to go walk. So as I turned around, I see like really hit Ills again, but he hit him again and he walked away. So then once I seen that, I seen Ills like get up and start walking my direction. So then I seen down the block, I couldn't see Rocky anymore. So then that's why I started running down the block to see who was there.
So
Ooh.
you said you saw Raleigh hit Bills again. At this point, Rocky was already gone.
He was gone.
I don't know.
Now, did we show you the defense, show you the video that was turned over in regards to that night, November 6, 2020?
Yes.
Do you see Rocky in the video firing the sword pistol?
Kinda is grainy, but yes.
Okay. And when do you see that in relation to Raleigh punching Ills?
After the second time he attacked me.
And what did you, what was your understanding of the purpose of him firing that sword pistol?
Judge, it's a call for hearsay and speculation.
There's sustained. After Rocky fired the sword pistol, did Billy stop?
No, he didn't.
All right, we're gonna play that video. The video, I'm gonna play it through once, sir.
Which video is it?
This is the Mark video, one we discussed this morning.
All right, so this is a
Defense.
additional
A
defense.
great point, Kina.
Edward Allen.
Okay. Now, sir, what I'm gonna do, Mr. Phillips, is I'm gonna ask, I know it's green. I'd like you to look at this video, we'll play it straight through the first time, okay?
Yes.
And then I'm gonna, after you watch it, I'm gonna ask you a question, and then we're gonna go back to it again, okay? All right, it's not that long, go ahead.
Oh shit, you actually can see it. Okay. Let's go back. Pay attention. I know it's hard to watch, guys. There's 4 of them. You're going to see one fall on the ground. I suspect that one is Ills. But we're going to let Takapina guide the questions. Let's just watch that one more time, and then we'll see how Takapina brings that up.
Mr. Phillips, does that video that you just saw fairly and accurately represent what you saw and what you heard on November 6, 2021?
Mm.
Okay, now that the tape again, this time, I'd like you to, again, full time without stopping it, narrate what you're seeing, explain to the jury what you're seing. So I think you have to sort of speak to that mic. So
Okay.
can you see
Okay,
on your
listen
little
up.
thing?
It's not.
It's not on. I'm probably the last person that should be helping you with this, but okay. You know what to do. Just sort of look here, talk here. Unless the judge like this. Judge. That's the judge at the lawyer. Sorry.
Yeah, a lot of you guys are like, now that we have 12 here who was there, it's making more sense.
Check cable.
I like how Takapina's walking us through the video.
The only thing I ever do now is push the power button.
They didn't do this with Raleigh.
Signal, then I think you gotta get Mark or.
I got it. Of course.
Just look at it on this one. I know it's not as big as that one, but just to narrate the video. We're not gonna stop and play it through all the way. Then we'll go back and stop it. I want you to just narrate what you're seeing to the jury as it's playing real time.
All right, let's go. Here it is.
And what you're hearing also, okay? Okay, let's go.
Okay, so the first person you can see at the corner, that's Rocky. The black figure, you see I got my red jacket, you still can see like you still see my red jacket, you see it was in the back, right?
Why don't you, can you point on the screen behind
Yeah.
you to the people that you're referring to?
All right, so this first person right there, that's Rocky. Like he's going, that's me behind him, and then that's Ills. So we already leaving. So then right there, as we're leaving the corner, Relly just swings on Ills.
He did.
So once he swings on Ills a couple times, I hear steps. Then he tried to swing on me. He didn't hit me. Then he hit Ills. That's when I seen Rocky shoot at the ground to scare Relly off. I'm sorry. I seen him shoot at the ground to scare Relly off. And then it stopped.
Okay. We're gonna play it again, make it easier, and we'll stop it as you're describing it, okay? So you can take your time and point. So, go ahead.
So this first person, that's Rocky.
Okay,
You see, he's already leaving.
okay,
Then that's me.
okay.
Then that's Ills.
And the white shirt?
That's Ills.
White shirt, yeah.
I think, yeah. It just looked white because maybe I forgot what color the hoodie was, but it had like white fawn on his jacket.
So there's the four of you in that shot right there.
Yes, so that's me, Rocky, and Ills, and then that's Relly right there.
Okay. What do you see right there?
Right there, I see Relly attack Ills.
He did. Look, guys.
Is that before you see or hear Rocky fire a shot?
Correct.
Okay.
Relly was the aggressor.
So then he's still attacking him.
Okay. And what did you just hear after he was attacking?
I heard the warning shot.
Okay. Where, can you see, go back a little bit, where Rocky fired that? You see where the video shows that he fired from the air into the ground?
It was at the ground. I think it's at the ground. I can't really see it bad, whatever.
Okay. Now, so after that first shot, does Relly let go of Bills?
No.
Okay, play it. Now, go back a little bit. You see yourself they are in the red, correct?
Yes.
You start,
It's terrible for the jury. This is bad. So it shows that what Relly said on the stand wasn't true. We could not see from that standpoint who did what because it was downward, it was diagonal. But from this vantage point, now that you have somebody that was there talking through it, it hits very differently. You used Ills as a human shield. You hit Ills twice, but your gripe was with it with Rocky. Why are you using the crackhead? Like, come on, man. Leave crackheads alone. Oh my God.
at some point, now there's the first shot and you're still in that screen right there, right?
Yes.
At some point, you start running across the street. Why did you do that?
Because Relly was about to hit me. Like I heard him creeping up behind me trying to swing him.
Okay, you see that in the video?
Yeah. Instead of him hitting me, he hit Bills again.
Okay, now
Let's
let's,
just strike the last one is non-responsive. Question? Okay.
You see that in the video?
go ahead.
Yeah. So after he hit Bills a couple times, he tries to hit me, right? So then I juke and I head across the street, and that's when he hit Bills again.
Okay, hold on, let's play that part. We'll try to stop. Okay, go back, guys. Now look at you compared to Relly. You're very disappointed with the little point.
So right here and right here. So we right next to each other.
And this is your testimony that he started coming after you.
Yes.
And then that,
I juke and I run across the street.
and that person, where's Relly at this point?
Relly is right here, still on top of Hills.
Okay. And you see in this frame, in this couple seconds, Relly's arm, this is after the first shot, correct?
Yes.
You see Relly's arm cocking back. What do you see, Relly, if anything?
So after here, I see Relly just swinging on Hills. So at this point, he's just throwing haymakers.
Go ahead, Joe.
So right, he's just swinging, he's just throwing haymakers. You see his arm swinging.
Now,
Relly's
stop.
beating up
At
Ills.
this point, both shots are already fired from the front. Right?
Yes.
Okay. You hear the car alarm going off?
Yes.
Despite the fact that both shots from the front were already fired, and Rocky is not next to the two of them anymore. What is Relly doing right there?
Relly
Yes,
is
that's a leading question, and it's argumentative as well.
He's throwing a hand. Shut up, prosecutor.
he's still attacking Hills.
But
But you see that he knocked Hills down on the flip.
okay, now stop it. Is that you walking away after Rocky ran?
Yes, that's true right here.
What did you say you did before you left the location?
I went to turn back to see it, like, if they were still fighting. So at that point, I say, all right, Rocky's out the way. I'll go handle the situation with Relly, or at least help Ills. So as I turn around, I see him hit Ills one more time and then leave.
Okay,
Rocky
so
was the first one to leave.
Go ahead, that's you.
Yes, we right here.
Where's Relly?
Relly and Ills are about back here.
That's Hills. And you see Relly?
Yeah, right there. He walked over there to hit Ills again, and then I guess.
Your Honor. The stated objection, do not make a speaking objection, just, as soon as back on it, stay.
Stop.
Motion to strike the last part of the answer.
Let's rewind that for a second. A little bit, that's, okay, rewind it a little bit more. Now, right here, just let's freeze it right here. Describe what you see on the screen. Is that you in the red?
Please get for the record where we are on the,
Sure.
because it doesn't. 29 looks like.
It's 29 seconds. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Phillips. Tell us where where you are.
That's me right here. That's Rocky leaving.
It indicates the record's clear, he's pointed to himself, we're looking at the screen, there are 4 people on the screen, he's indicated he is the second from the right, he's indicated that the defendant is the first from the right, is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, even this layout, guys. Rocky is the figure all the way on the right-hand side. He's the first person to leave. He discharged the gun, but he discharged it to stop a fight. We didn't know that before. You see 12E, who is the second person on the right, who is looking back. He's following after Rocky to get out of there and looks back, but at the same time, why is Ills the fall guy? I mean, Ills is the crackhead. Relly's beating him up. He's obviously smaller than Relly. Relly is beating him up even after the shots were let off.
Okay. So you said now, what happens if that? You look back,
I looked back to see what was going on with Ills and Relly.
and what did you see?
I seen Relly hit Ills again.
Show us where. And where, by the way, stop. Where is Relly in this frame?
I think the big figure right here, but it's blurry right here.
The witness is saying he believes that Relly would be the second person from the left, and that Ills would then be the first person from the left, is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, because I believe he walked back onto Ills and then hit him again before he went up there. Okay.
Okay, let's see. Play.
See, he walks back.
No, there's no question.
Where did
He
you see?
hit Ills. You see that?
Hands in that.
Mr. Tackleton is asking you a question.
So I seen him walk back and hit him again.
And then after he hit him, where did he go? Relly goes.
He walked up. Is that Argyle?
That's Sparta.
Yeah. So he walked back to Argyle.
No, that's Selma. I'm sorry. Well, it doesn't matter. Hold on. Selma.
The Selma. Okay, we walk back up Selma.
Now, you can turn first. Mr. Why did you tell Rocky to leave?
Because we were in in LA. This is during COVID. You know, I'm not too sure what else is going on, but the car alarms are going on. It's bringing a lot of attention to our surrounding areas. So I was like, yo, bro, like, just get out of here. You know, he said Rocky's very recognizable. Let's just get him out home.
Did you have to convince him to leave?
Only had to convince him to leave because he wanted to make sure Ills was okay.
Objection, false speculation.
Staying about what Rocky did.
You have to convince him to leave.
No,
Did you physically push him?
I pushed him, yes.
Where did he, you know which direction he left in? I mean, obviously from the video,
Yeah,
down, he's still more.
yes. So he started going in the, basically,
You've answered the word, you've answered yes. It's enough.
And then did you run in the same direction?
yes.
Did you see Ills soon after the incident?
Yes.
Okay. What did he look like?
You can tell he got into a fight. Yeah, blood on his leg.
In this fight that you tried to hustle with Relly and Ills,
Yeah.
did you see Ills punching back to Relly?
No.
Okay. And was Relly controlling that fight?
Honestly, Relly was like fake bragging Ills on the floor. Like Relly, he's a big dude. He's way bigger than him.
Objection, non-responsive. Motion to strike. Your Honor, to the witness, he's mentioned 8 times that the victim is a big dude, but there's no question pending. Can the court advise the witness to only answer what he's asked?
No, Your Honor. They asked it. I'm not going to
Only answer questions.
No problem.
Don't volunteer.
Was relevant, when you say rain, what was that relative rain?
He was getting invested. He was being, it was a,
How tall are you, by the way?
I'm about 5'10", 5'11".
Okay, how much do you weigh?
Now I weigh 180, but during the event, I was like 160.
Who was the aggressor on both of those incidents? The parking garage and the Stelmar?
Really?
No, sir.
Stop and hit the like button. Thank you, Danielle.
Just a couple more things, Mr. Phillips. Are you on Rocky's payroll?
No,
Are you financially dependent on Rocky?
no,
You make any money from Rocky?
no.
Now, obviously, you love him like a brother, right?
Yes,
Before 2 weeks ago, now we're in January 2025, we're in February 2025. We're in February, right? Now,
that was
It's the rumor.
that's the rumor. We could be June for all I know. But 2 weeks ago was January 2025.
yes,
You were asked if in January 2025, after the trial had started, if you wanted to speak to the police or the district attorney. Remember being asked that?
yes,
And you said,
no,
before 2 weeks ago, in 2025, this incident happened in November 6, 2021.
yes,
In those years, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, did anyone from the police or district attorney try to speak to you ever once?
No, that's gonna call for speculation in terms of what we tried to do.
Did you ever hear
no.
from anyone from the police or district attorney's office until 2 weeks ago?
Witness answered the question before it was asked, so I probably need to ask again.
Did you ever hear from them? I'll ask it again. Did you ever hear from anyone prior to 2 weeks ago from the district attorney's office or the police department asking to interview you?
No,
How many times did, when we meet a collective defense team, how many times did we meet, sir?
I believe only twice.
Okay, when was the first time?
It was August 2024.
Okay. And the second time?
It was last night.
And other than that, have we discussed your testimony?
No,
Ron, no further questions.
Do you,
Mr. Phillips.
do you want to get started now?
Ooh, shout out to the main man Mush who says with the $5 super chat says, so they had this video of the fight the whole time and still decided to bring the case. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, yes, we did see it. The state brought it up, but they didn't do it in detail. They didn't walk through it in detail. They just played it. But it's so blurry that you actually do need a guide to guide you through exactly what's happening. That's where I think that the defense has a win right here. I mean, the fact that 12E is one of the people there and it's not on Rocky's, it's like, it's not Rocky saying it, it's not Relly saying it, it's a neutral third party. We hope neutral, but he's like, here's how I remember the situation. Here's what happened. It was on tape, and we can see play by play what's happening here. Now, what I thought was interesting is he admitted that Ills was used as a human shield because Rocky is not going to shoot Ills. He's not going to do it, you know? And then on top of that, it's like we can see when it came to throwing hands, we didn't see the moment, but we heard 12E say that Relly was the first person to hit anybody. Relly was the first person to grab Rocky. We didn't see that, so it's 12E's word. But what we do see after Tacopina asks him that, here, you see Relly knock Ills out. You see him saying that Ills is a crackhead and that 12E still lives in the projects. What is going on here? So now it was taco time, but now it's about to be it's the cavalry's coming. Yeah. The cross-examining prosecutor is about to come up. Ugh. And they're coming back at 4:30. So let's watch this debauchery take place.
Do you consider yourself, what do you want me to call you? Do you want me to call you
Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Phillips? Mr. Phillips, do you know what the word unbiased means?
Yes.
Do you consider yourself, when you're coming in here, to be an unbiased witness?
Yes.
So, is it your position that if the defendant committed these crimes, and it's proved beyond reasonable doubt, that you want to see him convicted?
I was there. I know the defendant didn't commit any
Most
crime.
described as non-responsive.
That's not the question he asked you. He asked you a yes or no question. Listen to the question again and answer the question.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. So what I'm asking you is, I want you to assume for a moment
Yes.
that the evidence in the case demonstrates that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If that is the case, isn't it true that you don't want to convict him?
Overruled.
Well, I can't really answer a hypothetical question.
When you say you can't answer that type of question, you indicated he's like a brother to you, correct?
Yes.
He gave you your start, correct?
He didn't give me my start, but yes, he is a brother to me.
Well, you indicated he got you out of a bad record label deal, correct?
I never said it was a bad record label deal. I just say he helped me get out my contract.
Was the contract you wanted to get out of?
Only because I felt as though it was.
Motion to strike, it's non-responsive.
You want to get out of the contract?
Yes.
And the defendant, who you would agree is a very powerful individual within the industry, helped you get out of it, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
I honestly read a contract book about the music
Motion to
business.
strike is non-responsive.
You're not answering this question.
Let me take it one at a time. Do you agree that the defendant is a very powerful individual within the music industry?
Yes.
Do you agree that he was a powerful individual within the music industry even back in 2021?
Yes.
Do you agree that you have much less power and influence in the music industry?
Yes.
Would you agree that if the defendant wanted to tomorrow, that he has enough power to pretty much end your career if he wanted to?
What's the ground?
Argument, it's all for speculation.
Stay.
Does, given what you've said about the defendant's position of power, if he wanted to, do you believe that he has the ability and power to end your career tomorrow?
Objection, or it's the same question.
Well, it is, but it goes to what Mr. Phillips believes, and I think that is relevant to,
You know,
I think it's a fair question.
No, I don't believe that.
So as you sit here today, is it your belief, I want you to assume for a moment that the defendant doesn't like your testimony. He decides, you know what, I don't think Mr. Phillips did well on the stand. Wouldn't you agree that if he wanted to, not saying he would, he can make a couple of phone calls, and all of a sudden, you
Oh
don't
my
have the
God.
chat right
Oh my God. Shut up. Shut up. Is this cross examination? Is this a cross? Is this a cross? We're watching the same thing. This is the cross? Yes, Rocky has power. Yes, Rihanna. Yeah. We all just watch the same thing on the screen, man. Focus on that. This cross is actually super weak. From 1 to 5, with 1 being the most weak. Court of public opinion, what do you think? How is the prosecutor doing so far?
Well, I begin my objections to that.
As phrased, sustained.
Under what ground, John, was it? There's no ground.
Or cause for as phrased, it calls for speculation.
I'm asking him what he believes, Your Honor, goes to
No,
his.
no, your last question did not mention the word believe.
All right, do you believe, Mr. Phillips, that as you sit here today, that if the defendant was unhappy with your testimony, that he has the ability and the power to significantly affect your career going forward?
To be able to accurately answer that question, I would need to apply more information.
What information would you need to apply?
Because me myself, if that's a hypothetical question, right? But I'm an artist and I could go buy another artist name tomorrow and start over.
Well, you would agree that the defendant, as well as his significant other, Rihanna, are very powerful people within your industry, correct?
Yes.
And wouldn't you agree that if they decided they
No,
wanted to blackball you,
No, stop. Are you bringing Rihanna into this? Rihanna has nothing to do with this, not at all. The defendant and his significant other, who owns Fenty, yes, all that power, yes, all of that. Don't bring Riri into it. Chat, he's bringing Riri into it. He's bringing Riri into it.
you're blackballed tomorrow, correct?
Well, no.
No?
No.
So it's your testimony that no matter what you said today, that even if the defendant and his significant other, Rihanna, were upset with you, they would have no ability to impact your career going forward?
I know because I believe, as I told you before, I'm an artist. I could start a new way of creating tomorrow. I could be a painter. I could go sew and be a designer and still be able to live my life.
All right, he's answered the question. Go on to another topic.
I want to talk for a moment about your statements in court today.
Yes.
Want to approach, Your Honor?
You don't have to.
I want you to read to yourself the middle of this page. There are 12 bullet points. I want you to read what we have, starting with the following, and right where it says himself. Read that to yourself. Let me know when you're done.
So from 1, right here,
No, actually I want you to read where it says the following. Yeah, for 1, I'm sorry. Didn't see that. That's a 1.
do I have to say my address out loud?
No, to yourself.
Oh,
You're not reading this out loud. That's why I brought it to you. Are you finished? That has been represented.
Objection is sustained.
God damn, hold on. Trucker T, Brooklyn is making it rain in the chat right now. Wow. Trucker T says, AV, I'm not. Riri need to sue. I mean, she need to sue. What is this? Trucker T is making it rain in the chat right now. I just, it's odd. And we call this a lot with the YSL trial. Y'all referred to me, or at least you heard me refer to scrambling and scraping. And that's usually when lawyers don't have enough proof or evidence or factual arguments to combat something. I really think Lewin right now, that's the name of the prosecutor, I do think he's scrambling and scraping. It's coming off bold and like a peacock and just, like feathers out like, well, Rihanna and ASAP Rocky can destroy you at any moment. Is that correct? And look at Homeboy's face. Look at 12. He's like, Ninja, yeah. I mean, I don't know. No. Why are you focusing on that? Focus on the fact that Relly used you people to lie. Relly was trying to put Rocky in jail. And granted, it is assault in a way. It is. But now that we have more details about a possible self-defense claim, now you can see why they did not object to certain things. Now you can see why he didn't take the plea deal. Now you can see that Rocky was the first person to leave. He's seeing his boys while out. You're seeing all of that. Trucker T's like, AV, if we don't get... Trucker T's like, let me just give Rebecca a membership. Let me give Chrissy a membership. Let me give the Bushes Said a membership. GA Beauty, Crow Mama, all these people memberships. Trucker T is just like, I'm not having it. I'm done. James, on Mommy, No Name, Corey, Miss Brown Eyes, Gigi, Maria, Tebow, not Debo, Tebow, body butter plug. Ooh, here for the tea. All Marcus, Tommy. That's a lot. 20 people. Thank you so much, Trucker T. We're going back in. They should be back momentarily, guys. But we're just catching up on this debauchery. Let's go back in. Thank you so much, Trucker T, for the memberships. That puts him at 30 for the day. Thank you, Trucker T.
Mr. Phillips, does what you just read, does that completely encompass everything that you said to the defense during your one interview with them?
Objection, Your Honor.
There's no grounds.
There's grounds. It's misleading because it's not a sworn statement. It's not a written statement. It is.
That's not a proper objection.
It is.
All right, that's one. Both of you.
You're on the grounds.
Hold on. Let's go back. Remember the judge said at the beginning of this meeting, if you guys fuck with me, he didn't say that, but he was just like, if you guys mess with me, no speaking objections. If you insult each other, I'm going to charge you $1,500 on each side of a fine. The judge just did it. That was the first one, Judge Pickles. We're going to go back 30 seconds so we can watch that again.
There's no grounds.
There's grounds. It's misleading because it's not a sworn statement. It's not a written statement. It is.
That's not a proper objection.
It is.
All right, that's one. Both of you.
You're on the grounds.
Look at 12E. Oh, 12E's look just then and there.
177.5. State the grounds. Sustained. The objection is sustained.
During your interview that you had with the defense, did you mention the 3 incidents involving the prop gun that you testified to today?
I believe so.
When you say you believe so, do you know that you mentioned them or not?
Yes.
Did you see when you reviewed the summary, the explanation of what you said, did you see any mention of those incidents?
Your Honor, objection. What's to say? It's misleading. He's asking direct questions. Sorry, I don't want to speak. I don't know what to do. It's the same objections before. Reading. Reading from
On that ground.
Do you understand my question?
Can you rephrase it?
So I've just shown you what's been represented as your statement in this case, and I'm asking you, does it in anywhere mention the 3 incidents you just testified to about the defendant previously having a prop gun?
But it's not a me,
I'm
this is,
objecting, it's not twisted. I'm objecting, it's not.
Read back.
I'm objecting because.
No, I understand. Read back, I might have missed something of your question.
So I just shown you what's been represented as your statement in this case. And I'm asking you, does it anywhere mention the 3 incidents you just testified
I
to?
believe it's a
about the
summary.
defendant?
Of the estate.
So I'm, Your Honor, just a summary, I'm asking you, does it mention anything about those statements? Those incidents? Does it mention anything about the 3 incidents you just testified to in 2018?
on this paperwork, I never seen this paperwork and I never made a statement, so I'm not too sure where this came from, but I advised about the situation that I've known before about the property.
So what I'm asking you is, when you were interviewed by the defense in this case, did you tell them about the 3 incidents in 2018?
Yes, I had to.
And how sure are you that you told them that?
I think I'm pretty sure.
Did you tell them about the situation that you testified to involving ASAP Josh?
Can you rephrase that?
Did you tell the defense during your interview with them about the situation with ASAP Josh that you testified to on direct?
What
The
situation?
situation as far as him passing away.
As far as any mention of ASAP Josh and the issue with Relly and Rocky, did you mention that to the defense?
I probably didn't, because I had no,
Motion to strike, everything after no.
I wasn't,
Didn't say no. Objection. Didn't say no.
I wasn't involved.
Stop. I was making notes myself. Read the question.
Question, as far as any mention of ASAP Josh and the issue with Relly and Rocky, did you mention that to the defense? Answer, I probably didn't. I probably, because I had no. in other words,
So is the answer yes, no, I'm not sure?
I'm not sure.
Did you mention during your interview with the defense anything about you yourself having used prop guns in videos?
I'm not sure.
How long was your interview that you had with the defense?
Maybe an hour.
Do you remember when it was?
It was August 2024 in New York.
So you're saying you had no interview with any member of the defense team in this case before, when did you say, what day?
August 2024.
So you were never interviewed by any of them until almost 3 years after the incident?
Correct.
And when they were interviewing you, who was there?
It was Joe, Eleanor, and Chad.
And were they recording it? Do you
No.
remember?
What was the answer?
No,
Did they write notes that you saw?
no notes.
Did they ever talk to you afterward and say, hey, listen, here is your statement. Is it accurate?
Not that I recall.
Did they ever even show you what they were representing your statement was?
No.
You would agree that even as we speak now, that the defendant, who you call a brother, that would be a relationship that is much closer than someone who's a business associate, right?
Yes.
It would be much closer than even someone that you would call a close friend, correct?
Yes.
Can you have a closer relationship in your mind than with someone that you would refer to as your brother?
Yes, your actual, like your blood brother that your parents birthed.
But that would be about it, right?
Yeah.
So in terms of friends in the world, this is about as close a friend with a defendant as you have, right?
No.
how many individuals in your life are you as close to who are not family members as the defendant?
Everybody in the ASAP collective.
So you are equally close to everybody in the ASAP collective?
I show no favoritism, yes.
Well, didn't you testify on direct examination that, as for example, once you started traveling with the defendant as his hype man, that you didn't have really, I think your words were time for Relly anymore, correct?
It was time to hang out with Relly. We still maintained a verbal communication.
So is your testimony that you are as close to all the other ASAPs as you are to the defendant?
Yes, that's a fact.
And is that true to this day?
Yes,
Do you travel with any of the other ASAPs on tour?
yes, I do.
Did any of the other ASAPs, have they made it so that you were able to be their hype man?
Times, yes.
So is ASAP Tom's,
No, I said at times, yes.
is he as big as,
No, at times.
He's saying at times.
oh, at times, I'm sorry. So when you're saying at times, you would agree that the defendant, he's the only person that you traveled across the world with, correct? Of the ASAPs, where it's on his dime.
That is not true.
In terms of your work right now, in terms of what you're doing, you said you don't have a business relationship with him, but how often do you see and talk to him?
So since he had his kid, probably like once or twice a month, and he's always traveling, so I don't get to see him that much.
Do you text with him still frequently?
Not really. Last text I sent was like on Yams Day.
You would call yourself a performer, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you do any acting as well?
No.
But you mentioned before that part of your job that you do as a hype man is you want to get the crowd going, is that right?
Well, for anybody that's a hype man, that's a part of the job description.
Right, so what that kind of means is, that means looking at your audience and trying to figure out how you can get them excited or motivated, is that right?
Well, I wouldn't
Don't
say
tell us.
motivated, and they're already excited because they have the show. It's just more or less have them,
Don't sit so close to the mic.
okay, it's more or less have them feel like they're a part of the show.
And in saying that they're a part of the show,
Yes.
you have to sit there and you have to kind of figure out, as a performer, hey, I'm up here, and how do I connect with my audience, whoever that is, right?
In a sense, yes.
As you sit here today, are you doing the same thing with the jury?
No.
You were asked questions by Mr. Tappatina on direct examination. Are you aware that approximately 8 or 9 different times when you were not asked, you mentioned gratuitously that Relly was either a large man or very muscled or big? Are you aware that you did that?
Objection.
What was he saying?
Sustained. Argumentative, sustained.
Why did you, Mr. Phillips, repeatedly mention that Relly was a large, muscular man when you weren't asked?
Objection, are you? Same objection.
Because the ninja's big.
Are you aware, Mr. Phillips, that during your direct examination, that you mentioned several times that Relly was a larger, muscular man?
Yes.
Are you aware that when you mentioned those comments, those were not in response to questions that called for that answer?
Objection, argument.
Lanyard man,
Just
shut up.
giving a description of Relly. That was all I was doing.
When you were asked those questions, Mr. Phillips, would you agree that when you were giving that answer, you weren't being asked to give a description of Relly, you just added it? Would you agree?
I was adding a fact.
I'm sorry?
I was adding a fact.
So you were adding a fact that you wanted to make sure the jury knew, but it wasn't a question that you were asked, is that correct?
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
Why, if you were not asked a direct question to describe what size Relly was, were you telling the jury he's a large man, he's muscular? Why did you do that?
Again, Lawrence.
Overruled.
He is.
Basically, I was describing a friend of mine that I used to work out with, and I was giving that detail just to let y'all know why I couldn't fight him. You know what I'm saying? Why I couldn't like pull him back at anything.
Good job,
Because he's
Toby.
strong.
Did you end up providing that information several points during your direct examination when you weren't being asked anything about why you didn't fight?
Well, that's probably kind of-
He hasn't finished the question.
Oh, I thought you did, sorry.
Did you finish the question?
I did.
Oh, you're right, objection.
Read the question back.
Did you end up providing that information several points during your direct examination when you weren't being asked anything about why you didn't fight?
Can you rephrase the question?
Oh, she just, okay,
No, so I could answer you.
I'll just have the court reporter read it back so that you don't have any issues.
Kathy's gonna read the question.
Okay, no problem.
Question, did you end up providing that information at several points during your direct examination when you weren't being asked anything about why you didn't fight?
I stated earlier when I got on here that I had a inguinal hernia surgery and I couldn't fight.
Motion to strike non-responsive.
So the question is really confusing. Let's take a break now, folks. Please be out.
Okay, this is where I think they went on lunch break. But Prosecutor Lewin, what the hell? What are you doing? Like, not what? And you're not done? We got to come back from lunch and you're going to keep going? Like, there's what? What holes are you going to poke in this? I really do think that 12E, I'm impressed. I think 12E did a good job. Now, I am, because there is a small portion of the audience that's like Team Relly. It is assault on camera, but the interesting thing is now that we can see the entire story with the person that was there, because the detectives did not do that. They didn't talk to 12E. They didn't even talk to Ills. Ills is the poor person that got beat up. Y'all didn't even call him. LAPD. The hell is that? And then you have Relly just showing up to the police station like, yeah, the shells are in here. They're in this bag. It's in a Dunkin' Donuts bag. I bagged and tagged it myself. Your 7 police officers didn't find these, but I did. Then one of the only, why would they not talk to the people that were there? Granted, all these guys are in New York. They're in Harlem. That's what 12E just said. He said he lives in Harlem. Ooh. I gotta pause that because we're not allowed to play music on this channel, but apparently Court TV is. I'm gonna bring us back to Law and Crime trials. They are due back at 4:30. They're usually late. It's 4:34 now on the East Coast, so they should be back any minute. But man, what do y'all think? I'm just gonna bring it up so that way, as soon as they come back, we can jump in. But I mean, I think 12E did good. If Taco Pina like got him ready, I think he did pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I was a little worried at first, but I think he did a good job. He really did. Anywho, coming to some supers. We caught Trucker T's been cutting up. He is not happy. Trucker T says, I would have loved to see if Relly can bully me. 6'2", 320 solid. I'll make him my yacht. Sorry, AB, I'm pissed. I mean, well, that's the thing. It's like, if you're using ills and all of these guys are smaller than you and you have a problem with Rocky, what 12E mentioned on the stand that was like, we did not know, was that because he was there, Relly is the one that grabbed Rocky first and said, allegedly, pull out that fake gun. So Relly also knew that Rocky was riding around with a prop gun. Like, pull out the fake gun, because here's the other thing. We saw it on video. If he's still stealing on ills after Rocky shot the warning shot, if he's still hitting ills, that's crazy. And here's the big question. Where's Ills at? Why isn't Ills here? Ills was used as a human shield. Ills was stolen. Ills. I think this destroyed Relly's case. And then he's going to do a separate, it's already being done, a separate civil case for $30 million because Rocky pulled this gun out. What about what you did to Ills, who you called a crackhead, who is literally like trying to break up a fight, and you're using a person as a human shield? What is this? These are guys you grew up with? People are like, he wasn't stealing on him. He was kicking his ass. Trucker T, I feel you on this one. They are due back any minute now. As soon as they come back, we're going to pop in and go back to Lewin's shenanigans. We might see Takapina bring up another witness. We might have time for that. They usually go until about 6, 7 p.m. Eastern time, 4 p.m. Western time. 2-hour lunches. Is that normal in California? Do y'all take 2-hour lunches? Oh my God, that's a long lunchtime. It's a siesta. What do y'all do? Like 2 hours? Is that normal? If you're on the West Coast, like, do you just get long lunch hours like that? Shenanigans. Anywho, let's keep it going. Shout out to Mush with the $5 super. He says, so if they had this video the whole time, they decided to bring this case. Oh, okay. Yes, I caught this one earlier. Trucker T said, listen, Riri needs to sue. They dragged Rihanna into, the prosecutor dragged Rihanna into it, and they did that in their opening argument too. She has nothing to do with this. But he's like, oh, the money, the power, and everything that they have. And this is why they can do this to Relly and defame him. Rihanna's selling makeup. She ain't got time for this. This is kids. Who has time for this? So I do think that Lewin unfairly bought Rihanna into it. That is his girl. I saw some of you guys saying that. That's his woman. They have children together. Their assets might be commingled. That's fine. But after what we saw on the tape today, interesting. Trucker T, thank you again for gifting 20 memberships. Coming back to Mush with another 5 says, when the bully came after you, why did you pick up the stick? Because he's bigger than me. You learn this as a child, especially in the projects. I mean, all these guys are from Harlem. So that's why we see 12B on the stand. You know, he's talking very naturally, the way that he normally would in Harlem. Like, you know, I'm from Boston, so like I kind of just a little bit of overlap. So I understand. You know, a few hops and a skips away, or some of the other lingual. You feel me? You know, but what I do think that 12B is doing very well, and Takapina probably coached him on this, is come in a suit, look at that jury and talk directly to them and form a connection with them. Because Lewin's coming up shooting in all freaking directions. Yeah, you know, the Rihanna thing. Yeah, this and yeah, that. And it's just like, all right, charge. We know what time you're on. But as far as Relly's situation, he's going in. Oh, they're back. They are back. We hear movement. Open and shut case, Johnson. It looks like they are back. 10 minutes late. Just kidding. Anywho. Yeah, it's just unfortunate. A lot of you guys also asked during cross-examination why he wasn't able to explain his answers. That's because it's cross-examination. The answers are limited to yes, no, or I don't recall. So sometimes attorneys will come in with all these theatrics and they're like, well, isn't it correct that you did this or you did that? Like the person is very limited to those answers. Direct examination, which is when you first come up as a witness, that's when you can explain more. When you're on cross, which is what we're in the middle of right now, he's not able to elaborate. And I don't think he needs to. I really don't. I don't think he needs to. Shout out to Rosh, who's like, it just hit me. MTR is your brother. Yeah, that's my bro. Sam, I'm going to see him tomorrow. Why do you think I'm going to Atlanta in the morning? Like, we're going to hang out. It's my bro. People don't see it. They don't see the glasses. Like, they're just like, oh, wait. You know, sometimes we have the similar jokes. Hold on. If you're an MTR fan, why do you think I have this? The blue cap. I would have a red flag if I could. Like if I could find a red flag somewhere and just use that and just like just the red flag slaps, like psh, psh, all of that. The shenanigans. But yeah, that's my bros, Rosh. We're a content family. I love it. Trucker T is back and says, can Riri sue the state AV for putting her name in it? I mean, it's defamation. Yeah. But she's there every day. She's there. It's Rihanna. I mean, it's also the state of California. They do wild stuff. Everything's on fire. You know, taxes are abysmal. But there are, you know, some of America's most wealthiest people reside in the state of California. Okay, hold on. Judge Pickles is back. We can't hear anything, though. He's back on the stand. 12E's back on the stand. Come on, give us audio, Law and Crime. What the hell? Law and Crime. Can y'all type MTR in the chat?
Your testimony, am I correct?
Here we go.
Your belief is there was more than three, but you saw down
Is Lead here, Carissa?
Yes,
And were those closed fist punches?
I believe so, yes.
And you have mentioned a few times that Relly is a very strong individual, correct?
Yes.
And can you describe, if you can, the force that any of those punches were delivered with?
I cannot describe the force, no.
Well, in watching it, did it appear that it was a strong punch, or did it just look like he wasn't really doing much?
Well, I know he was swinging at him, and Hill wasn't swinging back, so I understand it to be enough force to hurt somebody.
Right, and you said not only did you understand it to be enough force, but that Hill was bleeding, correct?
He was bleeding from his leg, yes.
And did you see any other injuries to his face?
His face wasn't like broken or swollen or anything, not to my recollection.
Well, so he's punched 3 times in the face, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're saying the only injury that very muscular Relly gave him was a cut on his lip, is that right?
The only injury that I could see was his lip. I'm not too sure about anything else.
Do you know, are you aware of Gil seeking medical treatment?
No, I'm not too sure, no.
Do you know if, as a result of being beaten like this, if Gills was able to stay with you guys to continue what you were doing in your activities in Los Angeles?
Yes.
In fact, would you agree that the next day, less than 24 hours after this incident, you guys were all at Complex Con, is that right?
Yes.
And Gills was there too, is that right?
Yes.
I want to show you a video that we're going to mark people's next in order. 44. 44.
The DVD, Your Honor.
I want you to watch this video first, please, and I'm gonna ask you questions about it if you don't mind.
No problem.
I'm gonna freeze it.
Objection.
Oh,
Please show a.
That damn lanyard. Here comes the lanyard. It's lanyard time.
This is just to show Bill to the next step.
yeah, right.
It's relevant for that issue.
I want to just at the beginning, can you tell me who is that on the right?
On,
The woman?
Uh-oh.
that's not,
Okay, do you recognize the individual on her right?
nah, I don't know.
Do you recognize the person on the left?
It's Rihanna.
No.
Now, you can't see the person in full view yet, but the person on the left, you're gonna see them wearing a flag. Do you know who was wearing a flag on the night of November 7th?
Not that I remember, but that's like a part of our staff.
So here's my question. Do you remember what Gills was wearing on November 7th?
I'm pretty sure he was wearing something similar to what we all wearing, or black baby.
Let's play the video. I want you to look at the individual on the left. Stop, pause.
This is so stupid. I just brought up the same account, the dotted line BTW. Here it is. It's an intern. It's an intern. What are you doing? What are you bringing this up for? For what? Oh, somebody else is in the image. That's ill, not Ills. Yeah, no, that is Ills with a flag on his head. That's Ills. He was standing next to Rihanna. What else?
Who's that?
It's ASAP Ill.
And I want you to watch it again. And I want you to tell me where you see any injury to him anywhere on his face.
Shut up.
I would
Shut up.
This.
Ugh. I hate that this prosecutor keeps bringing Rihanna into this. Why do you keep bringing Rihanna into this? Oh, here's an image of Ills. Does he have any injuries to his face? Does he have any injuries? What about the scrapes? What about the scrambling and scraping with Relly? What about this? How are you going to explain that police did not extract this themselves, that police did not pick these up themselves, that Relly came to you and said, here, I got a case? Oh!
Do you see an injury to his face?
To be honest, I can't clearly see his whole face.
Well, let me ask you something. Would you agree that you can see in this image right now, his lips you can see them, correct?
Yeah.
Didn't you just testify that he was bleeding from a cut lip?
I say he's bleeding from the lip, so I'm not too sure if it was a bottom, the inside, it's tooth. I'm not too sure how it.
So do you see any injury to his lips at all?
To be honest, if you really looking, his lips and his sides, it looks swollen.
Wait, didn't you just say a moment ago when you were
Shut up,
testifying that
woman.
Bills didn't have any swelling on his face?
I'm looking now, I've never seen this video.
Wait a minute. I asked you previously what kind of injury you had. Your comment 3 minutes ago was, well, his face wasn't swollen. Now you're saying, no, I'm looking at his lips and they look swollen.
I said his face wasn't swollen. I didn't say anything about his lips.
Oh, let me just ask something.
Stand on
In
it,
your
Ill.
definition, are the
Or
lips a part of the face?
12, sorry.
Yes. So when you said that his face wasn't swollen, wouldn't that include the lips?
No.
Come
Because
on, 12.
I would be more detailed in saying his face or his lips.
Isn't it true that when you testified earlier, you didn't realize that we might have a video of what Ill's condition was that night, correct?
I wasn't sure.
Objection, argument.
Okay.
And that extra.
You're talking about something different. The testimony was the night before, when the incident happened, the witness didn't see that Dills had any swelling on his face. This is now the next day, right?
Let me ask you, are you aware, Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
You said you didn't see any medical treatment that you're aware of, is that right?
That I'm aware of, yes.
Are you able, when you look at the photograph, does this look to you like somebody who has been punched 3 times in the face by an extremely muscular man with a closed fist the night before?
He has a full American flag over his head. I'm not too sure what's going on inside of his face.
So just from what you can see, sir, can you please answer the question I've asked? Let me ask it again for you. Does that look to you like an individual who has been punched 3 times in the face with a closed fist by an extremely strong and muscular man less than 24 hours before this incident?
Or my only objection would be the term closed fist, the witness said.
Listen, you know whose account he got this? This is the account that this is the evidence. It's coming from an account that looks like this. That looks just like this. This is the intern. What are y'all doing?
He wasn't sure.
Your Honor, that's a speak objection.
Actually, closed fist, there's no such thing as an open fist. A fist is a fist. There's no such thing as a closed. A closed fist is a fist. If it's not closed, it's not a fist.
Well, then my question would still be easy to understand, Your Honor. There's no issue.
Read the question back.
Your Honor, fist could be not all the way closed. With a fist, closed fist, and that's what I asked. So
Show me an open fist.
an open fist would be like this, not closed. Can the question be read back, Your Honor?
Yeah, I'm asking for that.
Let me ask it again for you. Does that look to you like an individual who has been punched 3 times in the face with a closed fist by an extremely strong, muscular man less than 24 hours before this image is taken?
What the objection is, just state the legal objection.
This is the test.
Go ahead, Your Honor.
The other, my objection was to the term closed fist. He said he didn't know if it was closed or not.
I'll re-ask the question without the word closed.
Yeah, ask him if
Judge, I'll withdraw the objection.
If
Let's
he
get
saw,
out here.
if he saw the punch, was it with a fist or an open hand?
And I asked that. He said he believed it was with a closed fist.
I'm
Stop.
not too sure.
All right, then.
Wait a minute. Didn't you previously state, when I asked you, that you believed it was with a fist or closed fist?
I know he hit him with his hand. I can't tell you the position it.
That's not what I asked you. This is my question. Previously, when I asked you the question, I said, was it, in essence, an open or a closed fist? And you said you believed it was a closed fist, correct?
I believe, I wouldn't believe he was just smacking him. I believe he's punching him.
Okay, so you're saying you believe it was a closed fist, so here's my question. Do you believe that that photo appears to be consistent with someone who has been punched 3 times with a fist by a large and strong individual less than 24 hours before the image was taken?
Yes, I believe that.
And can you please explain what is it about that photo that leads you to believe that there is evidence demonstrating that the person was punched 3 times in the
There should be
face?
a point for you. So,
I can't really see his whole face, but as we all can see, he has an American flag, which is pretty large, on his head. So we can't see his ears, we can't see the side of his face. This is all we see. And we don't even see much of his lip. So
Let's watch a little more. I'm gonna keep stopping it. With what you see now, stop it please. Do you see any evidence in that video that you watched so far to support that he was punched 3 times in the face with a fist by a strong individual.
Well, I see he has a flag. Well, I see he's trying to hide something.
Wait, so you're saying you think he's wearing the flag because he's trying to hide something?
That yes, he could be hiding the rules. We're at a show, so who wants to walk around?
Yeah, let's talk about Ill's injury, but what more importantly, how come you didn't bring him in so we can get information from Ill's?
A 10-year anniversary show with bruises.
Wait, you previously stated before that everybody was dressed in the style. Isn't that flag his style? Isn't that what he's doing with the flag?
So, Live Love ASAP, on the back of the project, there's an American flag, right? So this was a part of the project, you feel me? That's why he had it. So usually Rocky wears it to come out because he's the main artist. That's his whole look, you feel me? But that day, I believe, because Ills got into an altercation, he was hiding inside his.
Just so you understand, whether I feel you or not, I can't respond to your comments. When you're answering a question, when you're repeatedly saying, you feel me, you understand that I can't respond to that.
I won't say you feel me.
Okay, so let's keep watching video, and what I want you to do is, I want you to yell stop when you see any evidence that he has the kind of injuries on his face that you would expect when someone's been punched 3 times in the face by a muscular, strong individual.
You cannot see his whole face, sir.
So listen to my question. I didn't ask you if there were parts of the back of his head or his ears you can't see. I asked you, was there anything on that video that you just saw that demonstrates, you know what, yes, that's where you can see he appears to have been punched in the face. Anything?
No.
Oh my, this is so dumb. You need to be focused on the fact that we just saw that video. And if you want to clean this up, state, you need to be cleaning that up because we saw Relly hit somebody. Oh, this is crazy work.
All right, let's go to a different area here. One moment. I want to talk about your relationship with Relly.
Yep.
Would you agree that although you've known Relly a long time, you are much closer to the defendant than you are to Relly?
As of now, yes.
Wouldn't you agree, though, that always, for at least a long period of time, let's say the last 10 years, you've been much closer to the defendant than you have to Relly, is that right?
Yes.
In fact, you were asked on direct examination about your relationship, and what you said was, we had a good relationship in the early years. Do you recall that comment?
Yes.
Would you agree that in making that comment, it appears that you were saying that if you're qualifying that you had a good relationship with him in the early years, that means that in the later years, your relationship was not as good? Would you agree?
No, I'm not saying that.
So why did you qualify the statement? You're asked by Mr. Capapino,
Yes.
what was your relationship like? And you say, on your own, we had a good relationship in the early years. Why did you answer that question by talking about the early years?
Oh, because earlier in my career, I was in the city more. So whether it was Bronx or Harlem, I could see him more back then. That was the only reason I said that.
Then you also add that you got much closer to the defendant because, quote, I didn't have time to deal with Relly. Do you understand that?
It's not like dealing with him like he was an issue. It was I didn't have time to hang out with him.
Wait, when you were on direct, did you say you didn't have time to hang out with Relly? Did you say I didn't have time to deal with him?
I didn't have time to spend with Relly. I was busy.
That's not what I asked you. What I asked you was, who used the word deal?
So I used the word deal.
Okay, so what you're telling me is now you're saying, when I said I didn't have time to deal with Relly, what I really meant was I didn't have time to spend with him.
I'm clearly stating I didn't have time to hang out with Relly before because I'm on tour, in studio sessions that aren't in New York. I'm out the country, I'm in Asia, I'm in different places. I didn't have time to spend with him anymore.
And when referring to the tour, that's the tour with the defendant, correct?
Not just him, I went on my own tours as well.
You ever go on tour with Relly?
No, I never went on tour, right? He's not a musician.
So you did go on tour with the defendant, correct?
Yes,
So some of the times you're referring that you were on tour and you didn't have time to either deal with Relly or spend with Relly was when you were on tour with the defendant, correct?
yes,
Would you agree that he is the guy that gave you your big break, the defendant, correct?
no,
You would not agree with
I
that.
would not agree.
All right, let's talk about your arrival in Los Angeles. You don't live in California, right?
No,
That was double, it's my fault. You live outside the state, correct?
yes,
And I don't want you to tell me where, but specifically, but is it in New York?
yes.
When did you come out here for the trial?
I guess Saturday,
Saturday? And where you been staying?
downtown LA.
Have you had any contact with the defendant since you've been out here?
No,
Nothing?
No.
You guys are friends, you're coming out here, why didn't you have any contact with them?
a few years back, I was advised by my attorney, and I'm pretty sure he's advised by his attorney, to not speak about what was going on as far as the case. So it wasn't no reason to be involved.
You said a few years back, when was this?
This was, I think, spring or summer 2022.
Okay. So you came out here, by the way, who paid for you to come out here?
I believe ASAP Blue.
I'm sorry, who?
ASAP. The ASAP, the business.
Well, the ASAP business is funded in a large part by ASAP Rocky, is that correct?
That's not true.
Oh, so when you say ASAP Blue, I'm sorry, I gotta apologize, Mr. Phillips, my hearing
It's okay, sir.
is not good.
It's all good.
So, okay, so it was ASAP Lou.
Yes.
Now, Lou is Rocky's manager, right?
Well, at the moment, I'm not too sure, but before he was his manager, yes.
Are you aware that it's been represented that Lou is his tour manager?
Yes, but Rocky hasn't been touring.
Well, so here's my question. Do you think that Lou would have paid for you coming out here out of his own pocket, or would that have been your understanding paid for by Rocky?
I'm not sure. I have no answer to that. I'm not too sure.
Did you take the bus out here, or did you fly?
I flew.
Business or first class?
It was regular. Like, it was a regular flight.
What, they had to fly coach?
Coach, just a flight.
Sustain.
Just a flight.
Sustain.
I said,
You don't have to answer. You just sustain.
And when did you arrive?
Saturday,
And where are you staying right now?
downtown at a hotel.
And I don't want you to give me the name, but it's a nice hotel, I assume?
It's a cool hotel up there.
And
It's downtown LA. You know the area downtown LA is crazy.
yeah, unfortunately, I can't answer your question.
You understand?
I didn't get that. What was that?
You understand?
We all do.
So, the hotel you're staying at is a nice hotel. It's not going to be cheap, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I would assume you're not eating at McDonald's while you're here, right?
I'm actually at the taco stand up the block from my hotel. $2 tacos.
Did they limit your food budget while you were here?
You know, I'm paying for my own food.
So they're paying for your hotel, they're paying for your flight, but they're not covering your food?
I actually put my card on.
Go 12. This is amazing cross-exam. This is what Relly should have been doing. Like right here. 12's like, I'm standing on my square. I'm gonna make everybody laugh. I pay for my own food, sir. What are you talking about? He doesn't need to get combative. He doesn't need to get in the mud with him. He's just answering the questions. This is actually really, really good as far as cross-examination on 12's behalf. Good job, 12.
On my room.
So you put your card in your room, but the idea is they're gonna reimburse you, correct?
That I'm not too sure. That was never a conversation. That's not something I'm worried about.
So you're close enough to Rocky that you don't really care whether you're reimbursed. You're gonna come out here, stay at your own expense, and try to help him on this case. Is that correct?
No, I'm not trying to help him on the case. I was actually there and I know the truth.
Well, no, that's my question. you're saying you don't really care about getting reimbursed. You're coming out here, that hotel's not cheap, you're saying I'll put it on my card. And you're saying, I don't really care about what it's gonna cost.
Okay.
So my question to you is, if you don't care about what it's gonna cost, is that because he's such a close friend of yours? You know what?
No, because I also have a manager out here, and I have meetings out here that I had to attend to. So it's not like I'm here on his dime. I also am an artist that has things to take care of myself.
Wait, Ms. Phillips, are you suggesting to us that basically the purpose for you coming out here is to do meetings for your career, and then it just so happens that you'll testify in his criminal trial?
I was never given a specified date when I was supposed to be here.
Well, how did they arrange for you to come to court?
I just found out, I found out yesterday.
So you're saying the first time you knew that you were gonna come to court was yesterday?
No, I found out that I was coming to the court when we got on the speakerphone with the judge.
And then, and at that point in time, shortly after you flew out here, right?
Probably like a week or so later.
And you've been out here basically waiting to testify, is that right?
I also just been working on my artistry.
Okay, I'm not asking you how you managed to fill your time. I'm saying your purpose for being out here at this point in time is to testify in this criminal case, correct?
This is a double check.
Not grounds,
I
right?
didn't answer exactly what he asked, what he was doing.
I need a legal ground.
Oh, that's an answer.
I'm not overruled.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. So, my question to you is, I understand that you are spending time while you're out here doing other things.
Yes.
Would you agree that the purpose for your coming out here was to testify in this trial?
As I said, I'm not too sure what day I was supposed to be here, but the judge told me when I spoke to him on the speakerphone, you have to be you're gonna have to testify or be a witness, and I guess you have to make yourself available. So I made sure I got to LA.
So, Charles, if you can, try to ask this question again. I'm not asking what the judge told you. I'm asking you, do you agree that the primary reason that you are out here in Los Angeles is to testify for your friend, Mr. Manners?
It's one of the reasons why I'm in LA, yes.
Would you agree that it is the main reason that you are in Los Angeles?
It's a pretty important reason.
Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that the other things that you are doing here are just ways for you to utilize the time since you happen to have to be out here to testify in this case? Is that right?
No, because every time I come to LA, I have my own business to take care of.
Okay. You mentioned that you have knowledge and experience with prop guns, is that right?
Yes.
Do you have any knowledge and experience with real firearms?
No.
Have you ever shot a gun?
I'm ready.
A gun, okay. How many times?
Maybe 9 shots.
Oh, wait, let me just back up. Meaning, you only shot 9 rounds one time, or you've been to a range 9 times?
I've been to one gun range and only shot 9 times.
And do you know the difference between a semi-automatic and a revolver?
Yes.
You understand that a revolver has a cylinder. Some people call them cowboy guns. They have a cylinder, and the rounds get put inside of the cylinder, and they rotate when the shot's fired. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And you understand that the semi-automatic has a magazine, something called a clip. You aware of that?
Yes.
And the prop gun that you testified to, was that a semi-automatic or was it a revolver?
I don't think it was a revolver or semi-automatic. It looked like a handgun. It wasn't an actual semi-automatic.
Okay,
It was a prop.
so let me ask you. So in other words, did it look like what is supposed to be a revolver?
No,
Or did it look like what's supposed to be a semi-automatic with a magazine?
it looked like it was supposed to be a semi-automatic.
Now, you mentioned that you have fired a prop gun, is that right?
No, I never mentioned I fired a prop gun. I mentioned I handled them in my videos.
Oh, so in your videos, you didn't actually fire
No,
it. Is that, I assume that. Did you fire the prop gun in your video?
no,
Did somebody else in your presence fire the prop gun in your video?
no. That wasn't the That wasn't the motive of the scene.
Okay, so the prop gun in your video, you never saw fire.
No,
Have you ever seen a prop gun fired other than what you're alleging occurred during this incident?
I get the word of election.
I guess just in movies and behind the scenes of movies and stuff. I'm a movie buff, so yes, I've seen them playing movies.
Do you think that you have the ability, by looking at a gun, to determine whether it is, for instance, a prop gun or instead a 9mm semi-automatic actual firearm?
Can you rephrase that question?
Yeah. So do you think by looking at it, see that you can tell the difference between
Look at
a
it.
prop gun that's supposed to simulate like a 9mm firearm versus a real 9mm firearm? Do you think, can you tell the difference?
Well, I can't tell the difference, but in this situation,
Motion to strike,
Sustained. So the answer is no.
and you testified that there were 3 other incidents where you saw the defendant with a prop gun.
yes,
Is that correct? And you actually gave the dates of those, is that right?
yes,
And are you able to say whether that was the same prop gun as you alleged that he had on the night of November 6th?
okay, yes, because in New York, when I seen him the weekend of the governor's ball show, he showed me the new clip that was modified so it could be secure on his waist. I seen that, and then that was the same exact device I seen in LA,
So by a clip, you're just talking about,
a belt clip.
yeah, belt clip. Let me ask you something. Is there any reason why you couldn't have a belt clip that would hold a prop gun and use that belt clip to hold a real firearm?
No, to my understanding, a real firearm is heavier than a prop.
Well, if it's a clip, can you explain to me how a belt clip, which is put on your belt, how the
Lord.
weight of the firearm
Shut up.
would prevent it from being holstered in that kind of clip?
Protection from this one.
Relevance?
Yes, I'm an expert. All the speculation.
Your Honor, he testified that it's the same gun, and I'm trying to explore why it's the same gun. I have to explore the area. I got to cross it.
Says he has no experience with real guns.
Your Honor, he,
Except that he fired.
Ooh.
but I'm asking about the prop gun.
Ooh, Judge Pickles. Judge Pickles is. Listen, Grandpa Pickles comes through sometimes. He's coming through right now for the defense. He's like, Lewin, shut up. Like, we're all like, Lewin, shut up. Well, let's go back and.
And why is it that Eagle needs to do as a prop gun? Let me,
All right, I understand your point.
okay, thank you. Go ahead. Let me ask, so here's what I'm asking. You're telling me you saw him with a gun in New York. How long before this incident?
A prop gun in New York, that was probably about a month and a week, or a month or 2 weeks before we went to LA.
And you're saying that the reason you know that was the same prop gun that you're alleging he used on November 6th was because they were both in the same belt clip, correct?
Yes,
So my question to you is, how would you know that the same gun or prop gun or firearm was in his belt clip in New York 6 weeks before this incident, as was in his as was in his belt on the night that this occurred? How do you know it's the same thing?
can you rephrase that?
So what I'm asking Mr. Phillips is, all you can say is that, you know what, he had a gun, it looked like a semi-automatic, you testified, I don't know the difference between a prop gun and a semi-automatic, I can't tell. And you're saying in New York, he had one in his belt clip, and you're going, I know that's the same prop gun that he had on November 6th because it's in the same clip. And what I'm asking you is, how do you know that on November 6th, just by looking, that was the same prop gun?
I knew it was the same modifications from the prop gun that I seen in New York. And I knew it had been modified from the first time I seen it at the DMV video shoot. So I knew it had like a specific look.
Okay, so let's back up. How was it modified? What specific look did it?
It just had a belt clip and I think a clear clip as far as the magazine.
So are you aware, when you're talking about a magazine, and you're talking about a belt clip, that that could be used with certain other firearms?
Well, I'm not too sure, but I knew from my understanding, from being at the video shoot, seeing him again, being with him multiple times, I'm familiar that I believe it was the same one. I don't think he was just switching around props.
Well, when you say you don't think you should switch it around, you've already said you don't have any expertise in real firearms.
No, I don't.
You shot a gun a total of 9 times in your life, 9 rounds on one occasion. So wouldn't you agree that you can't tell us anything about whether or not those were the same guns or not, other than they were in the same belt clip and they looked by the magazine and the color? So,
Well, aside from, this being my friend and having a conversation about it, he gave me like, oh, this is
most described as non-responsive. So what you're saying is that the only reason you can say it's the same gun is because he told you so.
He told me and I said,
Okay. But by the way, what if he was lying?
Objection. Sorry.
Do you know, Mr. Phillips,
yes.
when someone tells you something, particularly in this situation, you don't have any independent information to demonstrate that it's the same gun other than what you said, correct?
Correct. But he would have no reason to lie to me. So
He would, so you decided, Mr. Phillips, you decided that the defendant has no reason to lie to you, and so therefore, you're accepting whatever he says as the truth. Is that correct?
I'm not just accepting it as the truth. I can see with my own eyes.
You can see a gun that you have no experience identifying with, and that you have decided is the same gun because it's in a clip and has a similar looking magazine. Is that correct?
Rephrase that.
So you've decided that it's the same gun and that you believe him. You just said, I'm looking at it myself as well, because you looked at it and it looks the same to you. So you're saying, I looked at it, it looks the same, correct?
Yes.
But you're also saying, I don't know anything about guns.
Well, I don't. I just, from my recollection, I knew it to be the same device from the previous situation.
It's time to move on to another topic.
When you,
It's time to move on to another topic.
when you use the word prop gun and charter pistol,
He ignored him.
those terms interchangeably.
I believe prop gun is the B section of it, and then a starter pistol is under the prop gun. Like I guess it's like a certain kind of prop gun. A starter pistol is a certain kind of prop gun.
Okay, so when you spoke to the defense, did you tell them that Rocky carried a starter pistol prop for security measures? Are those your words?
Yes.
Do you actually know specifically how a prop gun works? How it's fired, what happens when it's fired?
No, I don't.
Now, you testified that Mr. Mayers carried the starter pistol for, quote, security measures. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said in your statement, would you agree that the only thing that you mentioned about that was he was known to do after being the victim of violence and home invasion?
Judge, objection to your statement.
Your Honor,
Sustain.
Your Honor, this has been presented as his statement.
Objection, statement rejected.
Go ahead, boy. Right. That is a summary of his statement.
I'm gonna give this to you again, I want you to review it, and I want you to tell me if there is anything in this statement that is not in fact what you said to the defense. I want you to read it to yourself. Do you understand?
You said that I did not say.
No, that you, correct. I want you to read this. This is being represented as what you said.
Objection.
A summary of what he said.
A summary.
It's summary, so it's not word for word.
No, correct, there's no quotes, I want you to ask, I want you to read it, I want you to tell me, after you've read it, is there anything in there that is not a representation of what you said to them?
No, it's nothing there.
So you're saying that's all correct of what you said to them, is that correct?
This is a summary, so I'm not too sure, like, I see it as this is what I said, and it could be things that I said that they didn't put there, but this is just a summary. I'm not too sure.
So let me ask you again, so here's what I'm asking you, is there anything in here that is incorrect that you did not tell them?
No.
Objection.
So, Alright. So at this point, Mr. Phillips, you now said that this represents, everything in here is what you said. You said there might be things that are not in here that you said, but there's nothing in here that you've read about what you said that you did not in sum and substance say.
Can you rephrase that?
In
I
other
don't
words,
understand.
sure, what I'm asking you is, you've read these 12 lines.
Yes.
These 12 lines, you're saying, you know what, these might not be my exact words, but this is what I told him.
A summary, yes.
Yes. And you were saying, I might have told him some things that are not here, correct?
No,
So this is this is everything you told him?
pretty much.
Well, let me ask you something. I want you to look and I want you to tell me where there's anything about any prior incidents with Rocky carrying a prop gun.
Objection.
I see what he's doing. He's trying to bring out the prop gun argument because the defense is leading with that. I mean, I get it, but it's like it's landing a little flat, at least court of public opinion. I've been watching you guys and what you think. It doesn't seem to stick. Huge shout out to Bless Mom from Texas with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, sis. She says, for the love of the game, love you, AV. Let's go. AV deserves over 60K subs. You know, I've been trying, guys. I don't know why. January, for some reason, I was losing people. It was weird. I could not understand why. And then I learned from sources at YouTube, at Google, that they were preparing for the TikTok invasion. So many creators are trying to reset. We're dealing with numbers that are very low right now, but it's okay. This is the little channel that could, and we're growing it, and we're really excited to be here. So thank you so much. A blessed mom from Texas. Let's go back in because we see this prosecutor is trying to set up a trap for 12E. So far, he's done a great job at combating the traps, but let's see how he does here.
On relevance ground, Your Honor?
Whether he sees it or not is irrelevant.
Is there anything in these 12 lines that you said is a complete, as far as you know, version of what you said? Is there anything about any incidents that you testified to regarding Rocky and the prop guns?
Relevant to the objection again.
Is there anything in these 12 lines that you've said is a complete, as far as you know, version of what you said? Is there anything about any incidents that you testified to regarding Rocky and the prop guns?
That's the question.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is, you testified on direct about 3 incidents with Rocky on the prop guns. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You agree there's nothing in here about any specific incident, is that right?
That's objection.
Well,
Relevancy.
I don't see it.
Stop.
Stop.
Let's suspend. It's not up. David doesn't see anything about the 3 incidents in it. It's not relevant to the incident. Or that it's not in there.
You just testified that this is a complete version of what you told the defense. You just testified.
Did not say that.
Mr. Stacy, that's not what he said.
So, Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
did you discuss with the defense in advance of you testifying these three incidents regarding Rocky possessing a prop gun?
See, in 2024, when we first had our meeting, maybe I could have said something about it, but I'm not too sure.
Well, so let me ask you something. You would agree that, as far as you know, the first time that you related the information about these prior incidents with the prop gun was not when you were on the stand today, correct? Meaning, you'd already told the defense about these incidents with Rocky the prop gun, correct?
I think so, I believe so, I'm not too sure.
Well, let me ask you, Mr. Phillips, would you agree that it would be really important if you're trying to explain the situation with the prop gun, that you would have communicated, hey, listen, I've seen Rocky 3 other times with a prop gun. Would you agree that'd be important?
Yes.
So do you believe that you would have told the defense of that important information when they interviewed you?
Maybe, I'm not too sure, it was a while ago.
Do you agree that there's no mention of it in what I handed you?
This is,
What's the matter?
Relevancy.
It's not relevant that it's not in there.
Freaking lanyard. Lanyard
Now,
swing.
you're aware that at the time of this incident, that Mr. Mayers, let me back up. Can you explain, you said that he carried the starter pistol for security measures, and you then expanded that to say he did so after being a victim of violence and home invasions, correct? Can you explain to me how a starter pistol would assist someone who was the victim of violence or a home invasion?
only answer that I have is that you could scare somebody away with it. That's the only thing that I have.
So if somebody was doing a home invasion, I want you to assume the following hypothetical.
Yes.
An individual does a home invasion and they have a weapon such as a firearm. Would you agree that a prop gun is not going to act as a deterrent to someone with a real firearm?
That's how,
That's
that's hypothetical situation.
You don't have to answer, the objection sustained.
Mr. Phillips, can a prop gun, in your experience, does it have the ability to actually stop somebody from committing violence against you?
From my understanding with the situation with Relly, no.
In fact, the reason you say that is, it's your testimony that Relly knew it was a prop gun, correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna get back to this in a moment. In the entertainment world, in the rap world that you are involved with, are you aware of individuals, of rappers, unfortunately, who have been subjected to violence, even who've been murdered?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
Yes.
Would you agree that if someone was out to commit a violent offense against an individual, that a prop gun is not going to be a match for a real gun or a knife or any other kind of weapon? Would you agree?
Well, I'm not too sure because I'm not in another person's shoe and I'm not too sure how they would react to seeing the problem.
I want to give you the following hypothetical. I want you to assume that you're in your own home and home invaders come into your house with real firearms. Would you agree that a prop gun is not going to be the kind of weapon that's going to have any ability to stop those individuals?
I'm not too sure.
So you think that an individual, someone comes in with actual firearms, person pulls a prop gun, can you explain to me what they can do with that prop gun when they're up against somebody with a real firearm?
Well, the prop gun sounds and looks like a real gun. So I feel like if somebody's breaking into your home and they see you make a gesture to protect your home, they might not even shoot you. They might just leave. They
Don't,
go,
don't. You're getting a little bit loud. Don't sit so close to the mic.
So it's your testimony though, your prior statements, that Relly knew allegedly this was a prop gun at the time the defendant pulled it out. Is that correct?
yes, I believe that.
Can you explain to me how if Relly knew it was a prop gun, how pulling out a prop gun that Relly knows is fake is going to act as a deterrent to anything?
The sound.
The sound.
Yes, the sound.
So meaning your testimony would be that if Relly sees a gun
Good
he knows is
job,
fake,
12E.
you would be a prop gun.
Good job, 12E. Good job, 12E. He said, listen, the sound, the muzzle flash, all of that. He didn't say the muzzle flash. I'm adding that in. But he's not, he's prepared. He knew like Lewin was going to come up here with this bullshit. And look at him. He's unfazed, unbothered. I'm okay, Lewin. Don't try to play me.
I can't hurt him. Correct. But that if that prop gun that can't hurt him is fired, that the sound is going to scare him.
Well, I would reject what you stated on the notice,
Over.
Can we rephrase it?
Are you saying that even though you testified Relly knew that this was a prop gun, and not real, you're saying the deterrent would have been that, well, the sound could have scared him?
Yes.
Can you explain how the sound of a gun that somebody knows is phony and not real is going to scare anybody?
Well, it's so loud that you would think it's a real gunshot and you would move away.
But you just told us, sir, that it's not a question of whether he thinks it's a real gun or not. Your position, your testimony is that he knew it was a fake gun, and that as soon as the defendant pulled it out, he said something like that, put that fake shit away, correct? That's what he testified to?
Yes.
So how is it that if he knows it's a fake gun, how is that going to deter him from anything?
Obviously speculation, Your Honor.
You're aware that at the time of the incident, that Mr. Mayers had real guns, correct?
I guess so, yes.
Well, you've seen real guns in his house, correct?
I never seen him with a real gun in his house. Well, no.
I'm sorry, answer
I said I never seen him with a real gun in his house.
Let's show people 39, A through F, please. You've been to the defendant's house in West Hollywood, correct?
Yes.
You've stayed there, correct?
Yes.
You partied there, correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
You've been
What this has to do with anything? Yes, this is Rocky's house, which was probably a storage place. I mean, we saw a nutcracker. We saw a nutcracker amongst all of those things. Granted, I don't know why in LA in 2025 we're still using projectors in courtrooms. An absolute projector from 5th grade. You guys remember. We were all there in 5th grade. Teacher pulls out a marker and they can mark on top of it. This is what we're looking at.
there on multiple occasions, correct?
Yes.
You were there in 2021, correct?
Yes.
You've been there since that time, correct?
Been there since a couple times.
So this people's 39, you recognize that's the defendant's bedroom in his bed, correct?
I'm not too sure, honestly, but it looks like a bed.
So you're saying you don't recall seeing that bed before?
No, I've seen the bed before, but I can't really tell.
Well,
Because it also, like, you never been to Rocky Crib. He be having like some cool looking couches that look futuristic.
I have not been there.
Yeah, so that's what
Did he say cruel looking couches? Cruel. Oh, that's a New York term I haven't heard yet. some cruel looking couches.
I'm not too sure.
Okay. When you look at it right now, does that appear to be, from what you can tell, what does AWG mean?
Oh,
Huh?
oh,
What does that mean? Does that mean something?
mean, oh,
Okay.
I thought he
Have-
said
what's
cruel.
that term?
Cool.
Objection, vote zero.
Your Honor, I'm having this group.
Do you know what that means?
Let's go back.
looks like a bed.
So you're saying you don't recall seeing that bed before?
No, I've seen the bed before, but I can't really tell.
Well,
Because it also, like, you never been to Rocky Crib, he be having like some cool looking couches that look futuristic.
Cool.
So
I have not been there.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, I'm not
He did say cool. Sorry, guys. I was like waiting for the animosity, the drama. I'm like, yeah, cruel looking couches. No, cool. Correction. I stand corrected. That's my fault. My bad.
sure.
Okay. When you look at it right now, does that appear to be, from what you can tell, what does AWG mean?
Oh,
Huh?
oh,
What does that mean? Does that mean something?
mean, oh,
Okay. What's that term from?
Objection, vote zero.
Your Honor, I'm having this group.
Do you know what that means?
no, I just know it's oh. It's just,
Do you know what the letters mean?
I don't know, I could have my own way, but I'm not.
You don't know for sure?
No.
Your Honor,
Speculation.
there was a,
You want to do a sidebar or we gonna?
yeah, we need to go to sidebar.
All right. So they went up for a sidebar. It looks like it's a long one, bringing us back to current time. We are now live. They've been at sidebar for 5 minutes. Gonna come to some super chats. Shout out to Blessed Mom from Texas. This is where I left off. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, sis. I'm trying to get over 60. We will do it. We will do it. And I appreciate all your support. Hope you and your daughter are enjoying the coffee. Shout out to Scooby with a 2. Says AV deserves 1,000,000 subs. I'm trying. We're trying. The little channel that could. We're gonna make it. We gonna make it at some point. Whether it's today, few months, we will do that. Shout out to C Mac with the 5. Says thank you, AV in chat. This is the best chat family. 12ly is outmatching Lewin. Go 12e. Yeah, I actually think and you guys know I've been trial watching for 2.5 years. I actually think this is one of the strongest witnesses I've seen on the stand as far as the defense. He's not flinching. He's not wilding out. We saw Relly wild out. And when people try to come at his personal character, it just was not a good look. 12e is taking a completely different approach. And that's why I think Takapina and team have at least talked to him about, hey, here's what's coming up. Here's how you prepare for cross-examination. It did not appear that Relly was prepared for cross-examination at all. And I think that's why he was wilding out on the stand. Now here you see somebody else from the ASAP camp that is handling it in a very different manner. The fact that he showed up in a suit. And here's the thing, Lewin tried to get him on a few things. He's like, is the only reason why you were here is to show up for your buddy and testify? I mean, we all know the answer is yes. But it's at the same time, he's like, yeah, but I've got other business to do when I'm in LA. Like, same thing for me. I'm going to Atlanta in the next few days. But like I have like a bunch of business things that I need to do while I'm there. That's common. Maybe one thing is superseding above the others, but those things happen. It's very common. So you have that. He also tried to trip him up because he is trying to go in, the prosecutor. He's trying to go in on the defense of the prop gun. He's focusing on that and it's kind of falling flat. Like Relly is just, 12e. All their names are so similar. 12e is standing on his square and he's just like, listen, I saw it. Do I know that it's an actual prop gun? Like, I'm not a firearms expert. And then that opens up the door to, hey, Prosecutor Lewin, why didn't you guys bring that in? Why didn't you get the weapon? Why are we going off of Relly's word? I don't get it. Somebody bought you shells and was just like, go, which is not normal. But like Lewin's, He is pretty tough. I'm not going to lie. I do think a lot of this is a reach, but it's the way he asks questions. If you're not prepared, this could piss the normal person off. If you think if you were up on the stand as a witness, would Lewin upset you? Put a 1 in the chat if he would upset you. Put a 2 in the chat if you're like, AV, I can handle him. I can handle him like 12. A lot of y'all are like, he needs to drop music tonight. He does. Okay. Petty says a 1. Antonio's like a 1. We got a 2. B says, no, I can handle him. Cheryl says, I can handle him. High Fast says, I would have flipped the table. For always, forever, for life, TSOJ. Toka Badass says, nah, I can handle him. Tay Marie, I can handle him. Sire says, I can do it too. Bless Mom from Texas says, I'm too hard. I'm from Tejas. Okay, things are bigger in Texas. You are not going to rattle me. But if you were unprepared, a majority of you guys are falling in the 1 camp. I mean, it's reasonable because that's what happened with Relly. Relly was unprepared for the best cross-examiner in this nation, Tacopina. He teaches this at Harvard Law School. I showed you guys that last week. Tacopina does this for a living. He's teaching, it's one of the hardest law schools to get into in the United States. Definitely in the top 5 and top 10. I haven't looked at their stats recently. But, you need a pretty high LSAT score, even just to get in those doors. And I think the last time I checked, the tuition was like 60 to 70,000 a year. People that have these degrees lead organizations, companies. They end up in government. Tacopina is teaching these kids how to cross-examine. He's not crossing now. Now he's on direct. He's staying calm because the judge is saying, hey, you guys keep on with these speaking objections. I'm going to charge you each $1,500 for whoever disrespects the other. I will say that I think Tacopina has been very subdued today. I think it's this prosecutor that's causing the whole thing. He's the one that's getting hot with his lanyard. His lanyard. He's just like, no, we must win. The lanyard is lanyarding. We're hearing all that from his side. Shout out to Tremaine who says that's why Relly's knuckles were scraped up. Yeah, and that was actually really good direct from Tacopina because we were able to see all 4 of them in the squabble, and that's damning to put in front of the jury, especially coming from 12 who was there. And then the prosecutor comes up with his lanyard and is just like, well, look at this random, Instagram account from an intern. Isn't that Rihanna in the image? Yeah. Isn't that Ills in the image? Yeah. Does Ills look injured? Ninja, what? So look at how the prosecution tried to do that and compare it to the other side of it, where Tacopina brought up Relly's injuries on his knuckles after he went and got a luxury manicure. Relly's injuries and was just like, hey, in that other case, Relly, you said that you have irreparable, irreparable injury, permanent injury to your knuckles. This image that we're looking at, this Instagram story, it's like 2 years later. Is that right? Relly says, right. Did I just watch you move your hand around? What damage? It functions. You moved your hand around, full rotation, and then you squeezed it so you were able to make a fist. That looks like a functioning hand to me. That's different. You see how it hits different when Tacopina does it versus this guy that's like, are there any injuries on Ills? And, you know, 12 did a good job. He's just like, it's hard to see. There's shadows. Like, there's a flag over the man's head. You know, I'm not a doctor, whatever the case may be. Like, I can't diagnose this man's injuries. But at the end of the day, it's so crazy because Lewin in the state of California, they're taking Relly's word for it, going to the, showing up like this and saying, hey, somebody shot at me, do something about it. Not requiring him to go to the hospital, not requiring him to do so many things. In fact, not even calling Ills or 12, the other two people that were there. And even if they were, why would they talk to you if all of these people are from New York? But the fact that Relly said he was crying victim, he's crying wolf on the stand, and then we look at this tape today. Relly, Rocky may have pulled that gun out on you, but even with what we saw today, you still stole on Ills after that gun was shot. Why? Most people run. You feel me? Most people run. Shout out to OU. I have a friend that lives in Oklahoma. But it's like, at the end of the day, when a gun is fired, most people that are unarmed are going to run. You're not going to stay and continue fighting. For what? Why would you do that? It's crazy work. It doesn't make any sense. So, you know, this story has a lot of holes in it. I do feel like this is going to sound, pause. I'm giving you the pause warning now. Most of those holes are being filled now, today, with this direct examination and cross-examination. So weird. We're filling the holes. I said holes. Holes. Oh no, this is a major pause. It's a big AO pause. I'm sorry, guys. I'm tired. It's Friday. We've been covering this case all week. So I have to keep y'all entertained during breaks. We have fun over here. We do. We do. Confession. I had Popeyes for lunch. I haven't had Popeyes in a long time. Boy, that chicken. What are your favorite things that you like from Popeyes? Ills is hiding his injuries with a flag. It's for Don Julio Popeyes. It's Friday. I'm so ready for the week to be over. Kina, I'm sorry, we were filling holes, Kina. Brandy, holes. Holes were filled. Kelly Cal says, remember someone getting shot over their sandwich. Oh my God. Did that happen? Quantum Hustle says, I love it. Look, and that's the thing. It's Friday. We're chilling. It is so interesting because, like, you know, when you travel, like, I'm going to Atlanta tomorrow, the weather's like 70 degrees, and like it snowed in Boston yesterday. I was like, why is the weather in the north so disrespectful? It's so mean. Y'all like the biscuits? The red beans and rice. Free Thugger says the honey. Ooh. Joe says the favorite thing from Popeyes is the lower prices. They haven't had that in a while. Said birthday boy likes the spicy sandwiches. There we go. Oh, did people die over Popeyes chicken sandwiches? I have not heard this. Oh my God, y'all. Y'all are like, come to the South. I just don't understand. We're all on the East Coast. Like, you would believe that the weather would be generally the same. But I think it's going to be 24 degrees in the morning with snow on the ground. And then you get on a plane and you're somewhere else where it's 72. It's wonderful. Mashed potatoes. People, this is a thing. I need to look into this. A lot of people died for Popeyes. Sire says, I have had Popeyes once, got the shrimp, and never went back. Was it bad? Miss Breezy Baby says Relly started this whole mess out of pure jealousy, and he probably offered the prosecutor some money if they win. Yeah, did you notice that there's two prosecutors? One is like very subdued, and he makes corrections when Relly's on the stand. I don't particularly like that because of how it could land with the jury, because it just shows that they're not as connected, or maybe they didn't spend a lot of time preparing. So you have that. And then you have this cross-examining guy, Lewin, with the lanyard. Lewin with the lanyard. He's up there and he's just ready to go. And sometimes it hits, sometimes it doesn't. You know, last week he had I think he had some good moments, Lewin, when he pulled some things out on cross-examination of the man that flew in from Paris, if you remember that witness. That was interesting because a lot of that was, I think Lewin's job is to show that all these people aren't friends. Like that guy, Wally, recording Relly's conversation. But when you ask Wally why he did it, Wally's like, because Relly's being weird. He called me 10 times. It's on tape. He called me 10 times. Relly's also deleting text messages that show that he was the one that lured Rocky and all these guys to that location. That's big. So we have that damning piece of evidence where you deleted it. You wanted all these guys to get there. And then they get there and you could see it on tape. Rocky's trying to leave the situation. Yes, he fired shots. Should he have done that? Probably not. But he did. And we have to deal with that. You have 12E, who allegedly had a knife. That's what Relly's saying. Do you know that there's no evidence? The fact that Lewin didn't really ask 12E about that is crazy. Isn't that what your witness, your victim is saying? That all these guys try to jump him even though he's the tallest, biggest person in the group? And then he calls the other one a crackhead, and we have him on camera beating up a crackhead? Oh, throw this case in the trash. I would love for this to be over today. Newark Brick City says, did y'all hear Rocky yell in the courtroom to not answer a question? Did he really? Newark, stop. Did he say that? Not Relly. Relly didn't have a blade. They said that 12E had a blade. Yeah, the knife. Exactly. Nobody's asking. 12E's on the stand right now. What happened to the knife? What knife was it? Did you have a knife? And he just, I think, Taco Pina asked him, did you have a knife? And he said, no, I didn't have a knife. This is weird. So the fact that the district attorney's office is not leading with that, like, let's try to clear up things. Did you have a knife? Because that's better, honestly. If you're trying to prove a case, I'm gonna put my prosecution hat on right now, and I don't like to wear it. It doesn't feel good. But if I had to put it on, I would go in, and that would be the first thing that I would ask about. I don't care about these Instagram posts and things like that. Dude, what happened to the knife? Did you have it? You just told the defense attorney that you didn't have it. If you did, why would you have it? Did you have any weapons on you? Can we see it from the footage? Things like that. Like, talk about the knife. Did you feel threatened? Why would you have a knife? Do you always have it? If that were the case, go from there. You don't want to go in with circumstantial evidence. You really want to ask them questions with things that you know are facts, right? And that's why this district attorney, this prosecutor right now, his questions are kind of landing flat because we can see that 12E was prepped very well. Let me skip ahead. They're still gone. They're likely coming back in 6 minutes, but it is interesting. But anyway, Thank you so much to everybody that has supported the stream. So we caught this one from Scooby. Oh, I hear something. Are they back now? They might be. But thank you to Scooby. Thank you to C-Mac. Mush hits us with the 10, says a prop gun can absolutely unalive you. There's no projectile, but there is waiting that comes out and can put you down at close range. Check the case of actor John Eric Hexum. I did not know that, y'all. Interesting. But thank you, Mush, and for all the support today. You've been really holding it down today. Yeah, Kina, what was AWGE? And it looks like F. Dot is following up by saying that it is Rocky's label, according to Google. Huh. I hear something in the courtroom. It looks like they're filing back in. Shout out to Anthony, who says, considering the location, if someone threw a weapon to hide, shouldn't have been easy to find. Yes. Along with these. But Relly found these himself, Anthony. Maybe he would have found that gun himself. One never knows. Ash says Relly is a bully and he's not an artist. Remember the video where they were talking about how they got started and Relly put his hands in dude's cookie roll? Yeah, I think Relly has a temper. And that's something that could be explored. Ooh, Sire says that Brandon Lee, Bruce Lee's son, was killed with a prop gun. Wow, I didn't know that. Jerome, they were asked to bring it in and it wasn't brought into evidence. Can you believe that? Why are we here?
It's relevant. Next Wednesday is photo. So there's a very good chance that you should have the case long before then. If you're not finished, you won't have to be here on Wednesday. I think it's Abraham Lincoln. Is it Abraham Lincoln's birthday? Oh, Abraham Lincoln. All right, we're back on the record. All parties, jurors, and counsel are present.
Mr. Phillips, would you agree that that appears to be the defendant's bedroom as West Hollywood High?
I believe so.
I want to show you the next photograph. It's going to be 39B. And this is an image that is taken from behind the bed. It's a little bit hard to see. Do you see the item? Let me bring it up to you. It's my here. Okay. I want you to look at this item that's in a red square. And for the record, I am handing you that pointer. I'm showing him. I'm showing him this item here. Is that correct, Mr. Phillips? That's what I just showed you on the photo. So you agree it's a little easier to see on this one, on the photo itself rather than the overhead?
Yeah.
You see that? Can you tell me, what does that look like to you?
It looks like a handgun.
Handgun. And you would agree, does this look very similar to the prop gun that you have testified that you saw the defendant in possession of?
Well, no.
How's it different?
It doesn't have the modifications on it.
So what was the modification that the prop gun has that this one doesn't have?
It had like a belt clip, and then it had like I think like a magazine, like a clean magazine hanging.
Okay, let me just ask you, you understand that a belt clip would not be a part of of any gun, right? You understand that, right?
If it's modified, then it's an accessory to the gun name. So it's a part of the gun name, yes.
Well, so this is what I'm saying. For instance, you're saying the defendant was wearing a belt clip during the incident, right?
Yes,
And you see that he takes the gun out of the belt clip, correct?
well, no. No, I never seen him take the gun out of the belt clip.
That's what I'm telling you. You saw the gun, you've seen the video as an example, the gun is removed, correct? And there's no belt clip that is on the gun when it's in his hand, correct?
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, when you're saying, well, this isn't the same gun because the prop gun had a belt clip, you can have the gun separate from the belt clip, correct?
If you take it off, I'm assuming, but I'm not too sure.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is, when you look at that gun itself, other than the belt clip, and the fact that you are saying, you can't see the magazine in that photograph, correct?
No.
Here, let me give it to you right now. Can you see it?
Well, no.
So you would agree that because of this photograph, you cannot see the bottom of the firearm where the magazine would be, correct?
Because of the photograph.
Yeah, right, but you can't see it, right?
No. And then you also can't see if the belt clip is on the side, so I'm not too sure.
So, but here's what I'm asking you, because you can't see the entire belt, you can't see the magazine, and you don't know if there's a belt clip, other than that, this gun looks similar to the prop gun that you've seen the defendant with, right?
Well, I'm not sure, I can't say that.
So what I'm asking though is this gun appears to be a semi-automatic, right? It's not a revolver?
But it's not a revolver.
Okay. And the prop gun that you saw was semi-automatic, correct?
Yes,
What color was the prop gun that you saw the defendant have?
it was black.
And was it black all 3 times you've seen it?
Yes.
All right, I want to go to the next image. By the way, the firearm was behind the defendant's bed in his house, approximately 5 months after this incident occurred. Are you following me?
I hear you.
I want to ask you, you were told that the defendant was told that he needed to carry a prop gun for protection against violence or home invasion, correct?
I was never told, I never told anybody.
So where did you get the information that Rocky carried a starter pistol for security measures after being victim of violence and home invasion? Where did you get that information from?
Because when I seen him, and the days that he had to secure on him, he had no security.
Okay, so my question is are you aware that the defendant kept real firearms, not prop guns, in his bedroom next to his bed?
No, I did not hang out in his bedroom.
So would you agree that if the defendant was keeping real firearms next to his bed, that would be a different step than keeping a prop gun for protection?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Let me just show you the 3 other photos. So, going to the next photo, this is that same handgun. The evidence is indicated it's a 44 Magnum semi-automatic. Do you see at the bottom? Can you see what looks like a magazine on the bottom or no? Do you recognize that?
No, I've never seen this.
Okay. We go to the next image. This again, next to the bed. And you will see a gun case. We're gonna go to the next photo. Inside the gun case by the defendant's bed is a rifle. Have you seen this before?
No. 1 second.
Have you seen that before?
No.
Did you ever know the defendant to have a rifle in his bedroom?
No.
Let's go to the next image, please. Do you know what this is? Can you see what's pictured? Do you know what that is?
Is that the same rifle?
No. Do you know what? Do you see in the front? Do you see those things that have red on top? Do you know what those are?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know what those are?
Those shell cases, those shells?
Those are shotgun shells. Do you know what shotgun shells are?
No, I'm not a gun specialist.
Okay. So what you see here is a shotgun. That's the evidence that's been presented in this case. So my question is, were you aware that next to his bed, in his bedroom, the defendant kept not a prop gun, but a large caliber .44 Magnum handgun, a rifle, and a shotgun? Were you aware of that?
Right, to that objections,
What's the objection?
clarification on the.
That's not, that's not, I didn't ask for a name. I didn't ask for a name. What? Say again?
Ambiguous as to the form.
Are you aware that when the search warrant was served, approximately 5 months after this incident, that the defendant had these firearms, a .44 Magnum, a rifle, and a shotgun next to his bed?
As I said before, I did not hang out in his bedroom, so I do not know what he had in his bedroom.
But you testified that it was your understanding that the defendant was keeping a prop gun for, among other things, protection against home invasions, correct?
Oh my
That's what you testified.
God.
Yes.
So, do you know why, if the defendant was keeping a prop gun for protection against home invasions, that he had a large caliber handgun, a rifle, and a shotgun next to his bed?
Jack, no speculation. Stay.
Are you aware if a prop gun has ever been collected from the defendant?
I have no idea.
Now, you said that at the time of the incident, that the defendant did not have access to security, is that correct?
Correct.
And you said that's because of COVID, is that right?
Yes.
Weren't you at a giant concert the next day in Long Beach that had all kinds of security?
They provided security.
Well, so are you telling me that the defendant, your testimony, was not in a position to have security if he wanted it on November 6th?
Can you rephrase that?
Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that the defendant didn't have any security on November 6th because you and he and Ills did not want any security there when you were going to attack Relic?
That's
I would object to what Bill's brought on.
Those are not grounds.
And that's I'm sorry, guys, I'm pissed. That's a fucked up question. When you three were going to attack Corelli. What? Okay.
for objection.
It's calls for speculation of the mind of another, so it is around.
The question is not called for speculation. Now, he's saying, what's that, Your Honor?
Oh, well, wait, read it back. I'm focusing on the first part of the question. And read it back, please.
Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that the defendant didn't have any security on November 6th because you and he and Ills did not want any security there when you were going to attack?
Sustained.
Isn't it true that you knew in advance that the defendant was planning on attacking Relic?
Yes or no?
That's not true.
Do you know when the defendant ended up first having the prop gun that day?
Well, as I stated before, I was staying at the Park Hotel. I did not wake up at his house. I'm not too sure what was going on before that.
So is it your position that there was no security available for the defendant that evening? Or is it your position that he just didn't want the security? I'm trying to understand, what is your testimony?
Can you rephrase that?
So there was no security when the three of you, Mills, and the defendant, met up with Relly, correct?
Correct.
So my question is, are you saying there was no security because there was no security available? Or are you saying there was no security because you guys didn't want security?
There was no security available that he hired. They had security at Complex Con already. So I felt as though this is what I believe. Why pay for extra security when you have security at the venue?
Well, so wait a minute. Haven't you said that the defendant has been a victim of repeated incidents of violence when he is out on the streets?
I never said that. I said we were in a club and a situation happened in the club.
So you mentioned in your statement that he has been a victim of violence and home invasion. What did you mean by that?
Well, I was with him when we got jumped in the club and cut. And it's been situations where I've been in the house and it's been like stalkers outside with signs and stuff like that.
When you say cut, you got stabbed.
Yes.
Who got stabbed?
I got stabbed and Rocky got stabbed.
He told you
And when
that.
was this?
2018.
And this was in your home, his home, is that right?
No, this was, we was out at a club. We was at a club.
So my question is, you're saying there was security at the event in Long Beach,
Yes.
right? So my question is, you're now in downtown Los Angeles, right?
Mhm.
How did you describe downtown Los Angeles earlier in your testimony?
It's pretty crazy downtown Los Angeles.
So you're in downtown Los Angeles with the defendant, Ills, yourself, and there's no security, is that correct?
Well, security wasn't needed. We was going to see one of our friends.
I object.
Stay at the ground.
Yes, this states the testimony, this is West College.
Exactly. Where you just changed.
It's assumed facts, not evidence. This happened in Hollywood, it didn't happen downtown Los Angeles.
I'm staying downtown.
Let me back up. Do you agree, is what you said about downtown Los Angeles and the dangers, do you believe that applies to Hollywood as well?
Yeah, they have homeless people in tents in West Hollywood as well.
You would agree that the area where you were meeting up with Ralph in front of the W, that is an area where there are plenty of individuals who are homeless and violent like downtown Los Angeles, correct?
Possibly.
Well, is that your experience?
Yes.
So, Mike? So, my question is, did you choose, or the defendant choose, did you guys choose not to have security that night, or are you saying there was just no security available?
We had security for the Complex Con event.
Bad
Yeah.
questions. Bad.
We were going to go to another show. But before that, we were going to communicate with Relly because we had another show the next day, which is Complex Con. So there was no need to have security. It wasn't going to be any issue. You know, these are friends. We've been friends for the past 20 years.
But you indicated he's gonna be out on a public street in Hollywood where he's a well-known individual.
Yeah.
And don't you agree that given what you've said, that whenever he is out, that he is at risk?
He's very recognizable.
So my question is, isn't it true that the reason that you did not have any security with you that night was because there was a plan that Relly was going to be attacked?
That is not true.
Time to move on. To another topic.
Now, you said it was, it said that it wasn't, back up. You said that ASAP Relly knew and said, hey, that's a fake gun, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware, was it common knowledge as far as you knew, that Mr. Mayers carried a rocket?
Yes.
And when you say it was common knowledge, where was the common knowledge? In other words, who knew that he carried property based on what you know, general reputation?
Pretty sure his close friends, family, and circle. It wasn't something, because if he's out here telling people, yo, I just got a problem, you never know who could tell somebody else and put him in another dangerous situation.
So you're saying that it's not that everybody out there knows he's carried property, it's just close family and friends, right?
Yes, and brother was a close family and friend.
Did you ever know the defendant to carry a real firearm?
No, but I did know he had a permit.
I'm gonna motion to strike, the second part is non-responsive.
Everything after no is true.
So I want to start at the beginning of the day of the incident. So I want to start at the beginning of November 7th. Where did you sleep the night of November 6th?
At the La Park Hotel.
And were you by yourself?
In my room, yeah.
You had flown out before that from New York, is that correct?
Yes.
How'd you get out here?
Like,
Did you go commercial?
it was a regular flight.
You asked him this.
It's a regular flight.
You didn't fly out, the defendant didn't fly you out private?
You
No.
asked him
All right,
this.
So you fly out, when do you land?
Either the first or the second.
Okay. And where did you stay between the first and the second and the second?
Asked and answered.
So the La Park Hotel wasn't too far in the area, so we would hang out at his crib, whether we were creating or just having a good time. This is the 10-year anniversary of the Love ASAP, so we have a lot of friends and family in town. So we was going back and forth from the crib to our hotel. Like, he had family there, so we stayed at the hotel.
Oh, law and crime, don't do it to me. Don't do it to me, law and crime.
Correct.
Yes.
And so you're saying you were actually at that house, not months before or months after, but literally the day before the incident occurred?
Yes.
Was Ills there too?
Yes.
What about Relly?
No.
At this point in time, were you aware of any, I'm not asking you to explain what it is, so listen to my question carefully. Were you aware of any issues between Relly and the defendant on November 6th?
Rephrase that.
So were you aware of any problems between Relly and the defendant on November 6th?
A problem? No.
Were you aware of any animosity or hostility going either way?
I was aware that two brothers wanted to have a communication with each other, and they were trying their best to reach out to one another. That's what I was aware of.
When you say they want to have a communication, isn't
Good
it
job.
true that
Good job.
the two of them were having issues with each other?
I wouldn't say issues, they just weren't communicating on the same page.
And by not communicating on the same page means that the two of them were having a problem, and your belief was they needed to work it out. Is that right?
To me, it wasn't a problem because, like I said, we've been friends and brothers for the past 20 years. It wasn't a problem.
Well, isn't it true that what you're saying is you believe that it was a problem that could be worked out, but will you concede that the two of them on that day had some issues with each other, going both ways?
So from my understanding, it wasn't a problem. It was more of a miscommunication, and they needed to communicate.
Let's answer the question.
So, were you aware of any bad feelings that Mr. Mayers had towards Relly?
No.
Were you aware of any bad feelings that Relly had toward Mr. Mayers?
No.
So, how was it that you, Ills, and Mayers ended up meeting up with Relly near the parking garage around the W Hotel?
Well, we were already together, me, Rocky, and Ills, because we was at the rehearsal for Complex Fund. So whoever was going to be there was going to be with us regardless. It wasn't like, oh, we're going to do this. No, we were at rehearsal.
And isn't it true that it was Mr. Mayer's idea to meet up with Relly?
I'm not too sure who idea it was. I just know he wanted to speak to Relly because we had a show the next day, and he wanted Relly to be there.
So, would you agree that Mr. Mayers, as far as you knew, wanted to meet up? I'm not asking why, but wanted to meet up with Relly?
Because we got downtown, well, we got to where we got to, I believe so, yeah. He wanted, that's his bro, he just wanted to speak to him.
What was your understanding as to what was supposed to happen at this meeting?
Well, whatever miscommunication that they had going on, I believe that they were gonna speak. The next day was the show, everything was just gonna be great. It was gonna be like it was 10 years ago.
Now, you were with the defendant most of the day, correct?
No, because like I said, I stayed at the La Park Hotel. So once I left the La Park Hotel and we got ready for rehearsal, then I linked up for rehearsal.
I want to show you People's 13, please. This is a text that was sent approximately within an hour of the incident on November 6th. The evidence demonstrated that this was sent by the defendant.
We've seen this a million times.
The defendant's part of it is what is in gray and the victim is in blue. Are you aware? Well, first of all, you were with the defendant at 9:34 p.m. that day.
Yes, I was.
And it says, Wyatt, let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls.
Wait,
Did you
what?
agree?
What did you say?
Wyatt, 9:34 p.m. that day.
Yes, I was.
And it says, Wyatt, let's get to
Wire? Oh, I'm so happy it's Friday. Wire? It says wire? Where you at? Where you at? Wire. That's how you can tell they don't know what that's how you can tell Lewin has no idea what he's talking about. Wire. With my lanyard. Wire. Like what? What? Oh.
it. Stop ducking my calls. Would you agree?
Yes.
Would you agree, knowing the defendant, that that sounds like he is upset with the person who said it to?
No, because actually, I keep typing all caps. So it's like, nah, this is regular. Let's get to it. Stop looking at my calls. He's calling. It doesn't seem like he's exclamation marks and everything.
Stop ducking my calls. You would agree that means that Relly's not answering his phone calls, correct?
Yeah, he's not picking up.
Okay. Now, would you agree that even at this time in his life, the defendant was not used to people, in your experience, not answering his calls?
I'm not too sure what he's used to.
Okay. Other than trying to fix things between them, et cetera, and talk, do you have any knowledge as to what the purpose was for that meeting?
Yes. So that we could have a amazing show the next day at Conference Con. As you can see, the video showed me earlier, it was friends and family. So it wouldn't have been unusual for Relly not to be there, like he was supposed to be there.
Was your understanding that Relly was supposed to perform there?
Relly is not a musician.
I'm sorry, was supposed to
He's supposed to be there, like, okay, he doesn't rap, you feel me, but he is a part of the family, so why not have him be there?
And when you say Relly was supposed to be there, how do you know that?
Because the other members of the ASAP collective were there.
So you're assuming that because the other members of the ASAP collective were there, that Relly was invited, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that Relly has testified that he was not invited?
I'm not too sure, but it seems odd that he wouldn't be invited.
Well, would you agree that it wouldn't be odd if the defendant is upset with him?
It would be odd if he was upset with him, but I don't think he was upset with him.
So this is my question. Would you agree that if the defendant was upset with Relly, that you would not be surprised if Relly was not asked?
Rephrase that for me, please.
So I want you to assume for a moment that the defendant was upset with Relly. I want you to assume that. If that's true, you would agree it wouldn't surprise you if Relly wasn't invited to the performance, right?
I don't think I'm up here to assume.
What's that?
I'm not paid to assume.
Well, so when I give you a hypothetical, that's exactly what you're to do. So I'm I'm asking you, so listen, you haven't testified in court before, so when someone, I'm gonna give you a hypothetical.
Okay, no
When
problem.
I give you this hypothetical, that means you need to assume that the hypothetical is true. So I want you to assume for a moment that the defendant was upset with Relly. If the defendant was upset with Relly, would you agree that it would not be unusual, knowing the defendant, for him not to invite Relly to the show?
Objection, 2 rounds of relevant close speculation.
Take this hypothetical out. Come on, man.
I want to start with the incident by the parking garage.
Yes.
You would agree that there were 3 of you there, yourself, ASAP Mills, and Mr. Mayor, and then Relly was by himself, correct?
Yes. But I wouldn't say you by yourself, we all part of the same crowd.
Do you recall yourself, prior to the meeting, do you recall yourself trying to call or text Relly when the defendant could not get hold of her?
Yeah.
So why were you texting or calling Relly when it wasn't you that wanted to talk to her?
Well, for one, we are all, it's a brotherhood, right? So if one person can't get in contact with one person, let me try. That was all.
And the reason, correct, that you ended up calling or texting Relly was because you believed that Relly was ducking the defendant's calls. You didn't want to talk to him, right?
Can you rephrase that?
So you've seen the text that's right in front of you. It says, "Stop ducking my calls." That's from the defendant, correct? You yourself, at around that time, texted or called Relly trying to get a hold of him as well, right? And you were doing that because he would not return the defendant's text, correct?
Well, I didn't have like a reason, like, because he did it. Relly is a friend and a brother of mine as well, so I'm trying to reach out.
But you're trying to reach out because you're aware that the defendant, who you're in the car with, can't get a hold of him, correct?
Yes.
So you are reaching out at the defendant's behest because you want to try and set up communication between the defendant and Relly.
Yes,
No.
I want to set up communication.
And he wouldn't take your call and respond to you either, correct?
From my recollection, no.
Meaning that's correct, what I said, he did not respond.
Yes.
So you said that you guys get there. You previously testified that when you guys arrived, there was no plan, correct?
There was no plan. As far as a plan, the situation before was for Rocky to converse with Relly. That was it.
And at this point in time, you agree, you have no idea that the defendant has any kind of gun, prop gun or real gun on his body, correct?
I knew he had the prop because he had the prop at rehearsal.
Oh, so you knew he had a prop gun.
At rehearsal.
When's the first time you saw the prop gun in the defendant's possession that day?
You asked him this shit like 7
In
times.
his possession?
Yeah.
I'm not too sure. It might have been the altercation,
Okay, so
like in his possession.
you
because
said he had it earlier that day.
Yes, the ASAP Blue had it earlier that day because Rocky was on stage rehearsing, so he couldn't rehearse, jump around, and get ready for the show in that state. So he gave it to ASAP Blue.
Did you actually see this?
I only seen Blue with it. I didn't see when he gave it to him. No, I was also on stage rehearsing.
How do you know that ASAP Blue, the gun that he had, was the same gun that the defendant had?
Well, Lou is the only liaison at the show that could be able to do anything with Rocky aside from us. So that's why I believe it to be the same thing.
My question is, how do you know that that's the same? Did you see Lou give the gun back to Rocky?
I can't recall.
So you mentioned that you guys arrived at the location by the W, and you had a driver, right?
I believe so.
And would you agree that up to this point, there is nothing abnormal? You're saying you don't know what's gonna happen, right?
Well, the car ride was beautiful. You know, we together. Like I said, it's the anniversary of a big situation for us. So everything was love.
Right, but what I'm asking you is, at this point in time, nothing unusual has happened, right?
No,
And you have no reason to believe, would you agree, you have no reason to believe at this time that there's going to be anything unusual that's going to happen?
no, because I even heard them quickly on the phone. Really picked up for Rocky. You feel me? And it was a regular conversation. Nobody's going back and forth, yelling. They were able to tell each other where they were going to be, so you can meet up. It wasn't no, it wasn't nothing like that.
Could you hear both sides of the conversation?
I couldn't. I think I couldn't really hear Rev, but I heard Rocky jokingly ask like, "Yo, where you at, bro?" I believe he told him where he was at, which was I think the W Hotel or something like that. And you know, Rocky and Relly had a relationship for years. Relly was viewed as Relly the boss. He told him that he was at the W. Rocky joking with him, "Yo, you not at the bum ass W, bro. Where you at?" Like,
Relly boss, you got all these cars, you got the Range Rover, you got all the things. Relly, you staying at that bum ass hotel in LA? What? What? What?
let me see where you at. Like, show me your room. And I guess bro act like he was at the W, but he was somewhere else. But yeah, that was the conversation. It was a friendly conversation because they friends.
So what you're saying is that the conversation between Relly and Rocky leading up to this first incident was completely friendly and just joking around. So my question is, do you agree that up to this point, when you're arriving near the W, there's nothing special about the ride you're on, no reason for you to remember anything, correct? Just a regular day, regular ride?
Well, it was special because I'm with my brothers.
No, but I'm asking not in terms of this special, is there
Yeah.
anything memorable about it in particular, just driving the car?
I think he was playing new music. You feel me? So that was cool. It was a vibe.
So you mentioned on direct examination, you mentioned that when you got there, you were able to recite the literal order of who got out of the car. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes, because I was sitting in the back of the car.
So how do you remember specifically? You had a driver, right?
Yeah.
So how do you specifically remember the order of you, the defendant, and Gil, who got out of the car? What made you remember that? Do you know?
Well, because if I'm in the back and they're the only two that's in front of me, they gotta get out first.
What kind of vehicle were you in?
It was like a black truck.
Was it a two-door truck?
Nah, it's like a 4-door, like big body black truck.
Right.
It was the
So
Suburban.
Basically like a luxury chauffeured SUV, right?
Yeah.
So you don't have to get out first. Everybody's got a door. They can exit how they want, right?
No, that's not true. Because you can't always sit with the driver. So the driver has his door, and then the 2 doors in the back is for the 2 passengers in the back, and it's a seat that's behind there. And I was sitting right behind my 2 bros in the back, and he was sitting in the 2 seats in front of me.
I'm just asking you, do you know why it is that you specifically remember the exact order of who exited the car?
Because that was the only people that I was with.
So you get out, and how long after you get out is it that you see Relly coming out?
Can you rephrase that?
After you get out of the car,
Yes.
or the truck,
Mhm.
how long after that is it before you see Relly coming out?
Well, I seen him. I was already kind of like out the truck already, but I wasn't as far up as, you know, it was a Rocky because I got out last. You feel me? So I'm kind of in the back. I see them in front of me. I see Rel coming down the hill.
Okay, when you first saw Relly, how far away was he from the closest of the 3 of you?
When I first seen him, he wasn't that close. No.
He was by himself though, right?
Yeah.
So he's coming up, and would you agree that if you can see him, he can see the 3 of you, is that right?
I'm pretty sure, but I feel like he probably seen Rocky only. He probably didn't see me till last. I don't think he seen me until I came up in between.
So it's your testimony that, based on where you positioned, that you don't think Relly knew you were there until after the incident started?
Yeah.
But he did know, at least in terms of position, you believe he would have been able to see Gills, correct?
Yes.
So it's your position that Relly comes up, and you said before he was like walking in a fashion. Can you describe, there's something about the way he walked that led you to believe that there was a problem?
Well, you know, I done worked out with Relly, so I know him. And his movement got a little more pep in his step than you. And he's coming down, like it's big like a hill, so he's coming down. And you can see his vibe, a little more, you know, a little more momentum. He comes down.
See his
And
vibe.
as soon as he meets,
See a tall ninja walking down a hill, and he got a little pep in him step. You see that little bop? What's going on here?
up with Rocky, you feel me? And this is after Rocky walks from the car. Rocky walks up. Rocky's not doing anything. He doesn't grab Rel first or anything. He's walking up to Rel, and as soon as he gets up to Rel grabs him.
So let me ask you, up to this point, you're saying that they were completely joking in the car a couple of minutes before, right?
Yes.
Everything.
But I said I did not hear what Relly was saying.
But you said that the defendant's response indicated to you that everything was cool and they were just joking around.
Yes.
So it's your testimony that Relly comes up, and what's the next thing that happens when he approaches?
As soon as he sees Rocky, he grabs him.
And when you say grab him, what hand he grabbed with?
I believe his left hand.
Okay. And when he grabbed him, did you see him attempt to punch him?
When he grabbed him, he automatically started like, because he got him by his like, I think his like hoodie and stuff. So I'm not too sure if he's trying to pull his hoodie over or he's just trying to like, you know, kind of have Rocky in the air dangle. I see that's what he was doing.
Well, let me stop. You said he grabbed with one hand.
Yeah.
Now you're gesturing like he's grabbing with two hands. How many hands he grabbed?
He ended up grabbing him with two hands, yes.
Did he start with one
He
hand?
started with one hand.
Which hand did he grab with first?
He grabbed him with his left hand, I believe.
And do you know whether Relly's right or left-handed?
I believe Relly's right-handed.
And so would you agree that if he grabbed it with his left hand, that his right hand would have been free, if he wanted to punch the defendant?
Possibly, but he did end up grabbing him with both hands.
Well, let me ask you, did you see him attempt to in any way punch the defendant?
No, he was just basically trying to lift the defendant off his feet. So I'm not too sure what he was going to do after that, but he tried to lift him off his feet.
Ooh, this is how you can tell 12 was prepped. He tried to lift the defendant off of his feet. We're talking about your victim. Good job, 12. Good job.
You know, you're right, but we need to finish this case before the end of the decade, so. Let him explain.
Oh, yeah.
Let him explain the answer. I'm just doing this to try to facilitate the trial. So let's move it along.
Ooh. Little Pickles is not playing. Grandpa Pickles said, listen, I ain't got time. I got this warm milk at home that I want to get to. We need to finish this case by the end of the decade. And that shows you that he really does believe that the prosecution is prolonging it. He really is. Let's go back in.
So when this incident started, where were you standing?
I was behind.
And how far away were you from Relly and the defendant?
Well, I wasn't that close because I literally had to get up to them and get in the middle. So I wasn't that close. Even in the video, you see I put my hand on Relly last to move him out the way. So that's, as I said before about people getting out the car, how I knew Rocky and Ills got out first, because they were already closer to Relly than I was.
Mr. Phillips, isn't it true that in fact Mr. Mayer grabbed Relly's left arm before Relly ever did anything to him?
No, I don't think so, no.
But when you say you don't think so, I'm asking you what you know.
I know for a fact that look, you don't want me to say that he's a bigger guy, but I doubt Rocky just gonna grab Relly. You feel me? Now, I don't think he grabbed Relly first. Relly grabbed Rocky.
Let me ask something. I asked you before, at this time, during this incident, your testimony is that Relly is physically stronger. If Relly and Rocky are gonna fight, Relly's gonna win, correct?
Correct.
But would you agree, even at this time, that if Relly and Rocky are gonna fight, that Rocky is powerful enough in the industry to basically end Relly on the spot, correct?
No.
Okay, you disagree. Isn't it true that it was at this time that Mr. Mayers pulled out the firearm, or as you described, the prop gun?
I don't think he just pulled it out. So as I was saying
No
earlier,
question, Benny. Did you actually see the gun come out?
I seen when Rocky was adjusting the prop to put the prop back into his waistline.
Okay, so that would be after it's come out and being put back, is that right?
That was after Relly is literally trying to lift him off his feet, and
Motion to
Rocky.
strike is non-responsive.
As I said before, we need to move.
You are,
I need to move this along.
I'm doing it.
12 just gave him a look like, word. Are you for real? Let's go back. Let's look. Look at 12 looking at him. Judge, come on, man. Are you serious? Judge, what is this? Judge, come on, man. He lifted him up. I'm showing you that.
Off his feet, and
Motion to
Rocky.
strike is non-responsive.
As I said before, we need to move.
You are,
I need to move this along.
I'm doing it. Listen to my question.
Rephrase it, please.
I'm asking you, did you see the gun come out of the clip? I'm not asking you,
Yes or no?
when you saw it put back, did you see it come out?
Yes.
So my question is, when is the first time at that incident that you saw the prop gun?
It was when Relly was grabbing and picking up Rocky. And Rocky was with his hands up, trying to catch his balance, reassure his grip on the floor, because Relly is bigger than him, he was pulling him, and they both fell back. So, being that it was a belt clip, his pants, from the video you can see, is falling. So that's when I believe the prop took fall. He never pulled the prop up.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you, did you see the defendant remove the prop gun from his head?
I did not see him remove it. I see him put it back.
Okay, so that's my question. The first time you saw a gun was when it was being put back?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna now show you the video of the incident by the parking garage.
Oh my God,
This is gonna be,
again.
People's 15 combined surveillance video, and we're gonna show the first incident. So what I'm gonna do very much like this technique is, I'm gonna run it through one time so you can see it. And I'm gonna ask you specific questions about it. So I want you to watch it.
On with the projector. How do you play a video on a projector? It's Relly.
Stop it. How many times do you think you've seen that portion of the video?
A couple times.
Well, you've only seen it a couple of times.
Yeah, I've seen it a couple times. Like,
Maybe
not more than 10. Maybe just a few times.
Is it a couple or is it 10?
I said I have not seen the video 10 times. So that's why I said a couple times. I've only seen the video a couple times.
When's the first time you saw the video?
To be honest, the first time I seen the video was on TV.
Does the video that you just saw, does that accurately depict, as much as you can remember, what happened?
Yes, but no.
Okay, can you explain what you mean by that?
Because from the video, you see Rocky with the prop in his hand. You also see Rocky put the prop away. You feel me? But you don't see how the prop gets into his hand.
Okay. Do you agree, having watched the video, that it shows Relly walking up and immediately being accosted by Mr. Ayers?
Can you rephrase that?
Let's show the very beginning. Pause it. So I'm going to ask you, in a moment, I'm going to ask you, who was it, Relly or the defendant, who ended up starting this exchange?
Okay.
I want you to watch. Go ahead. Go back one more time. Stop. Would you agree that you've got the defendant reaching towards Relly and the defendant, you've got the defendant reaching towards Relly and Relly grabbing the defendant's hand or arm in response?
No, what I see is Relly putting his hand up. So he moves it from his back and then he automatically goes to grab Rocky. That's what I see.
Okay, keep going with the video, please. Stop. Would you agree that what you just saw was the defendant holding on to Relly, and Relly has a free right hand, which was available to strike the defendant, which he does not do? Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay, keep going. Stop. Would you agree that that shows Relly being pushed by the defendant?
I'm not gonna say push because they're both grabbing on each other, trying to assert like balance, a stance.
Let me ask you something. You indicated how strong the defendant is, how strong Relly is.
Yes.
How strong the defendant. If the defendant, if Relly, based on your experience with him, had wanted to attack the defendant, had wanted to push him back, and wanted to hit him, you would agree Relly is big enough and strong enough to have done it, right?
I agree.
Okay, keep going. Stop. That's you, correct?
No, that's
I'm
not.
sorry, that's Hills, excuse me. I apologize. That is ASAP Hills, right?
Yes.
And go back. What did you just see Hills do in the video?
I see Ills trying to defuse the situation, get in between them, and like basically get Relly and Rocky off each other. Because right before you hit this clip, you can see Relly with both his hands around Rocky's neck, or his hoodie, or whatever, right there.
And you're saying you have this independent memory of exactly what's on the
Yes,
That's-
Ninja, yes.
from the only 2 or 3 times you watched it.
No, I just seen that.
Oh, okay. Let's back this up a little bit, please.
Like,
Watch. So I want you to watch Hills. Stop. Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that Ills is trying to get Rocky off of Relly, is trying to get between them, is trying to push him back, and then the defendant continues to go towards Relly?
Objection, Your Honor, is a compound.
Ills, the person that's not there. Ills that who hasn't testified. Ills, the person that your detectives did not call to bring in for an interview. Ills, the person that was used as a human shield. Ills, your witness, your victim, used as a human shield and then called him a crackhead. Ills. The audacity.
Wait a second, look.
These compounds stay.
All right, I was trying to speed it up, Your Honor, I'll do one at a time then. Okay, back it up. What does Relly do? Stop. Right now, would you agree?
Nope.
I'm sorry.
Nope. He touched, he put his hands on both of them. The elbow is on Relly because Relly's bigger. The other hand is on Rocky. Stop trying to play this, Jerry.
Ills is grabbing the defendant who is between he and Relly. Ills is not between the two of them. The defendant is between. Is that correct?
No, because if this is Rocky on one end, Relly is on the other end. Ills has both his hands basically getting in the middle to bring it up.
Right.
Wait a minute. Can you point with your pointer there? Point to where Ills is. Point to where the defendant is. Point to where Relly is.
Right there.
So how can you say that Ills is between the defendant and Relly when Ills is on the other side of the defendant?
Because if there's a person standing here and a person standing here, he's trying to get in the middle of it.
So I didn't ask you what he was trying to do. Listen to my question.
But he is getting in the middle.
Do you agree that this video shows Ills not between the defendant and Relly, but behind the defendant, grabbing him?
He's not behind the defendant.
He is, so it's your belief that this video does not show Ills behind the defendant? No. Okay? We go back slightly. Stop. You agree, Relly has just gone off the screen, correct?
Yes.
You agree that the defendant is pushing him off the screen, correct?
He was pulling Rocky.
Okay, so whether he's pulling or pushing, do you agree that Ills is not between the two of them?
This isn't the same clip that you showed me before, but right here, he's behind.
Okay, so right now you agree Ills is behind, right?
It was behind, right?
Okay, now we're gonna keep the clip going. Stop. Is Ills still behind?
See, now, it was just behind him, trying to pull him away from Relly. And in this photo, you can see Relly with his hand around Rocky.
Okay, you just said a second ago, in this image at this point, Ills is trying to pull the defendant off of Relly, correct?
In this image, he's trying to get the defendant off of Relly, while Relly is grabbing the defendant by his neck.
Listen to my question. In this image, do you agree that it shows Ills trying to get the defendant off of Relly, yes or no?
I'm not saying no. I don't think he's trying to get him off because you don't see Rocky a certain dominance right here. So I think he's just trying to get in the
Well,
middle.
looks like he's non-responsive.
Yes, no. Okay.
Keep the video going. Stop. Would you agree that at this point in time, there is no attempt where you have seen Relly trying to punch, kick, slap, do anything to the defendant?
So if you play from the clip before, you can obviously see him choking. So a few seconds later, no, he's not choking. but he was choking.
Wait, so your testimony is now, he missed, he was choking, Relly was choking the defendant, is your testimony.
Yes, if you want to play the video back, you can see it.
Have you ever mentioned before this moment in court that you saw Relly choking the defendant?
What I said was,
Wait, answer my question, please. Have you ever said before this moment in court
Oh, shut up.
that you saw Relly choking the defendant?
no, because I never seen.
Motion to strike everything after no.
I mean,
Do you agree that
Sensitive
Relly
word
at this point in
choking.
time does not have either of his hands on the defendant?
Correct.
Do you agree that Ills, at this point in time, is not paying any attention to Relly and is looking forward, trying to get the defendant separated because he's coming after Relly?
Objection, mark, false speculation, false evidence.
Please play it. Stop. Do you agree that what you just shows
Do you agree that this is a perfect depiction of your victim using someone else as a human shield? That's what I see. But we can go back in if that's what you want to do.
Ills backing Relly up?
Yes.
Would you agree that as with the defendant, that Relly is considerably bigger and stronger than Ills as well?
Yes.
Do you agree that knowing Relly and knowing Ills and knowing the strength between them, that if Relly had wanted to go forward and go after the defendant, that he had the ability at that point?
Possibly.
Possibly? I'm asking you, from what you see, does it look like Relly is in any way trying to go after the defendant?
Right then and there, you see his hand coming around him, so I'm not too sure what he was doing.
So at this point in time, do you know if the defendant already has the gun out?
No.
You don't know?
No.
Let's run it, please.
Why? Come on, tell us why. Why?
Did you see the gun?
Play it.
You can see right, you see the gun in his hand?
I see the prop in his hand.
Do you see the gun in his hand?
Yes.
At this point in time, would you agree that the defendant is aggressively going towards Relly with a gun in his hand, and that Ills is trying to keep the defendant from making contact with Relly?
Can you rephrase that?
Would you agree that at this point,
I don't agree. If you look at Ills, even if we go back, Ills' hands, this so-called crackhead, his hands are on Relly, trying to push Relly back. We're not talking about that though. No, we're not. We're not.
time the defendant has a gun in his hand, is moving aggressively toward Relly, and that Ills is trying to prevent Relly from getting close to the defendant. I'm sorry, they're trying to prevent the defendant from getting close to Relly.
You have to rephrase it because
Okay, that's my fault. Okay. Do you agree, at this point in time, defendant has a gun in his hand? Agree?
okay.
Agree? Say yes?
Yes.
And do you agree that at this point in time, that the defendant is aggressively moving towards Ills and Relly?
Well, in this clip, because Relly was already grabbing him and kind of like, trying to little boy him, you feel me? So I just see Rocky just trying to get himself out of the corner. Just trying to get himself out of the corner, get himself from out of here. I'm not too sure what else is right here. He could have been backed up against the side of the garage wall. And he was just trying to get himself up out of that situation.
So you're saying the defendant is trying to get himself out of a bad
He's
situation?
just trying to get himself up out of here. He doesn't have the prop on Relly. He's not pointing the prop at Relly. He's not He's not doing anything like that. So
Let me ask you something. At this point in time, can't the defendant simply have gone the other way and exited himself from the situation?
Objection, whole speculation.
You were at the scene.
yes, I was.
When the defendant is moving towards Relly with a gun, was there anything preventing the defendant, as is shown in the video, from turning around and going the other way?
As you can see in the video, I'm not too sure how long this lasts. He does that exactly as soon as he's able to get up out of this space.
So it's your position that the defendant did not have the opportunity to go the other way, is that?
No, because Relly pushed him under the garage. The garage is, it's like it was built under something, so you can't walk through the wall. He had to wait till he got from under the garage so he could be able to get up out of there.
You agree that in this image that you've seen, and you were at the actual incident, the defendant has his finger on the trigger, correct?
No.
So you don't see his finger on the trigger in this video.
I did not see that.
Well, let's run it again. Do you agree that it appears that the defendant's finger is on the trigger?
I see his hand is on the prop. I cannot tell you if his finger is on the trigger.
Exactly.
So, at this point in time, is this when Relly yells, "Put that fake gun away"?
So as Rocky starts turning, yes, he says, "Put that figure ass gun away."
And your position is, I just want to be clear, that at this point in time, when that gun comes out,
Yes,
Relly knows it's a fake gun.
yes, I believe that.
Okay,
Yes.
continue. Stop it. Do you know what the defendant did with the gun after he pulled it out when they go off frame?
In this clip or another clip?
No, just listen to what I'm saying. You just saw the defendant take out the gun.
Yes.
You saw the defendant then go forward, which would be to the left of this video, so we don't see him. He goes off screen. You know what I mean by that, right?
Yes.
Do you know what the defendant did with the gun that you just pulled out when he went off screen?
Well, as you can see, he put it back into his waistline and he was bleeding.
When did you see him put it back?
Well, when I was there, during this altercation, he put it back. It wasn't even out that long.
Well, so what I'm asking you is, play the image where he pulled it out. I'm almost, Your Honor, I can break in a few minutes, so it's 4 minutes.
The judge needs to get home to
So
his
the gun
mill.
is out.
Yes.
My question is not, what did he do when he put it back?
He
He
didn't
pulled the
even
gun
pay
out and he goes
attention.
off screen towards Relly. What did he do with the gun when he went off screen?
Can you show me that again and rephrase that? Because
Yes.
I didn't see him going string going towards Relly.
Watch. There he is, off the screen. He had the gun. So my question, do you know what he is doing with the gun at this point where we can't see him off screen?
Well, the gun is still down. He's still trying to put it back into his waistline.
Wait, so you're saying this video we've just seen shows him putting the gun back?
Look, can we rewatch the video?
Sure. I'm not talking about when he comes back. I'm saying at this point in time, you agree. What's that?
I didn't,
Witness has to rewatch the video.
we just did.
Keep watching.
You know, you just pause it. I'm trying to watch the whole video.
No, I'm not showing the whole video. I'm showing the part I want to show.
Nah, so can you show it in context? It shows when he puts the
No,
proper weight.
Mr. Phillips, I'm going to show you what I want to show.
So
So
go ahead, show Mr. Phillips what you want.
I just showed you that image. My question is, you would agree that the defendant takes a gun out, the gun is out, they go off screen with the gun still out. So what I'm asking you is, do you know what the defendant did with the gun when they went off screen?
Yes, he was still trying to put it back in his waistline. The gun was down, so I believe he was trying to put it in his front belt, but he couldn't. So that's when he turned around, he readjusted, put it to like the top.
Wait, so your testimony is that he pulled the gun out, and then immediately after pulling the gun out, tried to put it back.
He didn't pull the gun out. So, like I said, from him getting pulled by Relly, his clothes weren't secure. So his clothes weren't secure. The prop clip wasn't secure. You feel me?
Good job.
He didn't pull it out. He's a dominant right hand. He would have
Good
pulled
job,
it out with
buddy.
his right hand, I'm guessing. Here, he's using his left hand to adjust it the whole time.
So you saw the gun out, correct? You saw the gun out of the clip, correct? I get you.
I only seen it when he was trying to adjust it back into his clothes.
Last one to show you. I want you to see when the gun first comes out. When we see it on the screen. Gun is already out the first time we see it. So you're watching. Gun is stopped. The gun is out right now. Do you agree?
Yes,
It's in the defendant's hand. Do you agree?
yes.
You're not telling us that the gun fell out of the clip and just happened to go in his hand, right?
The gun would have fell on the floor. It's inside his pants. And it's a clip. So I feel as though he grabbed it while it was falling. He just grabbed it with his hand, just to secure it. He's not pulling it out, he's not pointing it. He's actually trying to secure it and keep it down.
So your testimony is, that his pants were falling down, and so he reached back to get his pants up and grabbed the gun accidentally to prevent his pants from coming down, and that's why the gun is out. That's your testimony?
Can you rephrase that?
So your testimony is that the reason the gun came out was because his pants were falling down, and so he reached back to try and make sure his pants didn't come down, and unintentionally grabbed the gun.
Yes.
We can resume on Monday, Ron.
All right, folks, please be outside the courtroom doors. Everybody come to start.
We've had one today.
10 o'clock, everybody? I know. 10 o'clock. All right. Okay, all right. We'll resume at 10 o'clock on Monday. Please don't discuss the case with yourself. Don't look at any electronic media, print media, or any kind of media. Keep an open mind. See you Monday.
Oh my God. That concludes the trial for the day. My hair sweated out. I'm in here. I'm like, oh my God. I don't think Lewin did a good job, but he wants to resume on Monday. You might also see some redirect from Tacopina. And honestly, I think 12E was one of the best witnesses so far. I mean, he stood on his square. He's like, here's what happened. You might try to switch the narrative. Here's what I saw happen, even though you're showing the footage again, because here's the thing. The way the prosecutor tried to do it, he tried to mimic Tacopina's presentation of it. And Tacopina stopped, with the other piece of footage. What this prosecutor tried to do is bring this footage in and stop it and walk through it. But guess what? This is not your witness. This is the defense's witness. And are we not going to talk about the fact that your detectives had a man just approach them and say, here, I found this, go. We have proof that Relly hit Ills. We can see that. And even in the, now in retrospect, I know we've all seen this so many times. Ills is holding Relly with his hands behind him, trying to restrain him. Now, if you're trying to restrain somebody, are you going to try to restrain the aggressor or the person being attacked? What do you guys think? Who would you restrain? Aggressor or person being attacked? It was rough, but I think 12E did a good job. I'm not going to lie. Out of all trials I've seen in a really long time, I think 12E did great. And if Taco Pina prepped him for it, I think he did a really good job. 12 said, yes, I was there. Kelly Kell says, I know you work hard, Amy. Can we go back to Karen Reed? Yes, we are going to go back to Karen Reed. I think that this case is going to wrap up next week. YSL had a hearing today, but I do want to finish Karen Reed. I'm going to go full force on that just because I'm from Boston. I am traveling this weekend, so I can't do it this weekend. But on Monday, we'll go back to our regular scheduled, mornings doing Karen and then this case, because it looks like Taco Pina is going to wrap this up. I don't see him bringing up more than 10 witnesses. I think we'll have a verdict by next week, you guys. Seriously. Next week, tops. Wednesday is my prediction. We can start putting up some bets in the members only area. But what are our predictions for when this is going to end? I think it's next week. If you're bringing 12 on, and if you don't, like, let's say they don't want to bring on Ills, or let's say Ills just says, hey, I don't want to do it, then what else do you have? Jury's probably going to take a day to deliberate. I say Wednesday, Thursday, we'll be done with this one. Kelly Kell says Taco Tuesday. We see a lot of not guilties. Justin says you missed a little of the end. Let me go back. Let me just double check to make sure I didn't miss anything. Usually, whenever the judge says they're done, that's when I leave. I don't see anything there. I'm not sure what I missed. Let me go back, just in case. Thank you, Justin.
Gun out. The gun is out. No.
I don't put it in his front. So his clothes were in his right hand just the whole time.
So you saw the gun.
Seen it, he just grabbed it with his hand, just as secure. He's not pulling it out, he's not pointing it. He's actually trying to secure it and keep it down.
So your testimony is that his pants were falling down, and so he reached back to get his pants up and grabbed the gun accidentally to prevent his pants from coming down, and that's why the gun is out. That's your testimony?
Can you rephrase that?
So your testimony is that the reason the gun came out was because his pants were falling down, and so he reached back to try and make sure his pants didn't come down and unintentionally grab the gun.
Yes.
We can resume on Monday, Robert.
All right, folks, please be outside the courtroom doors. Everyone, can you start at 10? All right, 10 o'clock, everybody? I know. 10 o'clock? All right. Okay, all right. We'll resume at 10 o'clock on Monday. Please don't discuss the case with yourself. Don't look at any electronic media, print media, or any kind of media. Keep it open. All right. See you Monday.
I don't hear anything here. Looks like the feed cuts out in 40 seconds. But thank you so much, Justin. Apparently, they said that, I don't see anything else here on the Law and Crime feed. Maybe that was on Court TV, but it seems like they have given Mr. Lewin and his lanyard 90 more minutes on Monday. So we're going to start on Monday at 2 p.m. I will probably do Karen Reed Monday morning, just because we want to get back to that. We still need to do day 7 and day 8 together in one, and then move on to day 9, day 10, all of those things, just because Karen Reed's case is coming up on April 1st. Want to come to some cash apps, and huge shout out to those in Boston. Apparently it's snowing. That's why I cannot wait to get out of here today. I need to get on a plane to something warm. So I'm looking forward to being in Atlanta for the weekend. Shout out to King Wilson with a $20 cash app. Thank you so much. He says followers, YouTube memberships. Thank you so much, Mr. Wilson. Really appreciate that. I think I caught all of our cash apps we might have left off right around here. Mush has been Mush is like, listen, 12, you did a great job. The prop gun can absolutely unalive you. We talked about that. He says, I love that 12. He keeps saying, can you rephrase the question instead of repeating the question coming from the witness? That is crazy work. It really is. Mush is back with another 2. Thank you. He says, 12 is standing on business. Good job, my guy. I think we all know that 12 did a good job today. He did. AV say, why in a Boston accent so I can hear where are you? Yeah, YWA in short form text typically means where you at. Where your ass was at. Future comes to mind. But this prosecutor said, why it was wild. Where are you? Because Mush wants to hear the Boston accent. Where are you? Shout out to Keon, who's been a member for 4 months, says, why was Raleigh in LA? That's a good question. And thank you for your time with me, Keon. I don't know. Why was Raleigh there? I mean, 12 did say that they had a show the next day and that Rocky actually wanted, Raleigh to come. And they wanted to meet up and talk about what was going on. Cam's been with me for 3 months. Cam, congratulations again on passing the bar exam. He says, stop asking why on cross. Good point. That's not how you lead cross-examination type of questions. They're very clean cut and to the point. The fact that he needs 90 more minutes, Cam, I don't know. Kiana been with me for 9 months, says he is not doing what he thinks he's doing. Stop! Like he needs to stop, in the words of the judge. Quantum Hustle, thank you so much for the $4 cash super chat. No comment, no question, pure love for the game. I appreciate you, Quantum, and your time today. Shout out to Hi-Fi Shunt with the 5 says, my bad, I had to step away and clip. Why? I mean, that was hilarious, AV. Thank you for having an amazing space for us. You are appreciated. And yeah, guys, this work is a lot. It can be, like trial streaming every day and still having a regular life and still doing, some of the other things. Like I got bills to pay. Like I actually had to go out and pay a bill in person in cash, so that was different. But yeah, I still have to be able to balance my regular life. So trial streaming 5 days a week can be a lot. We have so much fun here, but at the same time, I would not want to be like these people in the courtroom every day. I really enjoy doing this. And I tell people about it and they're like, what do you do for work? And I'm like, I have a legal podcast. I love it. It's amazing. Cash, Chi-Town, cash. It's amazing. Well, listen, guys, y'all have a good weekend. I am traveling. I'm in the air for the next day or two. And then I'll probably be back here on Wednesday. But Monday, still, I'm going to be streaming both the morning and afternoon sessions. Same thing Tuesday. And then Wednesday, I'm back home. So the setup will look different, but we're still going to stream. We're still going to get together collectively. Diddy's about to get hit with a shit ton of lawsuits. I haven't told y'all that. So there is a deadline in New York next week. And we heard about, and shout out to the lead attorney, I think he did a stream on this, where there was the man that allegedly gave Diddy wanted to give the man fellatio, milk the prostate. It was gross. There's that lawsuit. This is the Busby law firm, also responsible for the lawsuit that came at Diddy and Jay-Z. Jay-Z's fighting it very hard, but there is some sort of deadline next week. So over the weekend, I think we're gonna get 10 more Diddy lawsuits. So I'm just gonna bring my laptop with me so I can keep y'all informed. But it's gonna be busy. It's gonna be busy. Wet mouth Puffy. Did he say that? I can't with TLA sometime. Wet mouth Puffy. Anyway, y'all have a great weekend. If you are a member, we're going to be polling you over the weekend while I travel, just to make sure that we have everything in place. Also, still going to be doing our weekly recaps on this case. And if you're not following me on TikTok and all that, I just got this new camera that does short form stuff. So we will be doing recaps on TikTok and Instagram. This is coming with me as I travel. So stay in touch with us on all of those fronts so that way you don't miss anything. Anyway, family, wet mouth puffy. I can't believe he said that. Have a great weekend, everybody. See you on Monday. Stay safe out there. Have a good one. Bye.